Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Golden Age of Shurima. In the endless expanse of golden sand that stretches beyond the horizon, where ancient stones remember songs of glory long silenced, there once stood an empire that touched the very heavens themselves. Tonight, as we settle into the quiet hours when memories whisper their secrets, let us journey back to a time when the sun itself bent to mortal will, when heroes walked among men as living gods, and when the greatest tragedy in Runeterra's history was still just an unimaginable shadow on the distant horizon. Picture, if you will, the great city of Shurima at the height of its magnificence. The capital rose from the desert like a golden dream, made manifest, its towering spires catching the eternal light of the sun disk that hung suspended above the empire's heart. This was no ordinary city, but a testament to what mortals could achieve when they reached toward divinity, with pure hearts and noble purpose. The streets themselves seemed to shimmer with an inner radiance, paved with stones that had been blessed by solar magic and polished by generations of devoted hands. The people of this golden age moved through their daily lives with a grace born of certainty, knowing they were protected by beings who had transcended the limitations of flesh, while retaining the compassion of their mortal origins. Market vendors called out their wares in voices lifted by joy. Children played in courtyards where fountains sang with crystal-clear water that never ran dry, and scholars gathered in libraries where the accumulated wisdom of centuries was preserved in scrolls that would never yellow or fade. Above it all, literally and figuratively, stood the Ascended. These were the champions who had undergone the most sacred transformation known to their civilization, emerging from the ritual chambers beneath the sun, disc as something more than human, yet still fundamentally connected to the people they had sworn to protect. To witness an Ascended was to see perfection made manifest, beings of radiant power, whose very presence brought hope to the hopeless and courage to the fearful. Renekton walked among them in those days, his massive form inspiring awe rather than terror. The Butcher of the Sands, as he would later be known in whispered fear, was then called the Guardian of the People, his strength used not to destroy but to defend. Children would gather around him in the temple courtyards, their small hands tracing the patterns of his scaled hide, while he told them stories of distant lands and the creatures that dwelt there. His eyes, which would one day burn with madness and rage, then held only warmth and protective vigilance. Beside him stood his brother Nasus, the curator of the sands, whose wisdom was sought by kings and scholars alike. Where Renekton was strength personified, Nasus embodied knowledge and patient understanding. He spent his days not in conquest but in preservation, ensuring that the great libraries of Shurima contained every piece of knowledge that might benefit future generations. His staff, which would later become a weapon of terrible power, was then used primarily to point out constellations to eager students or to trace mathematical equations in the sand for those who sought to understand the mysteries of the universe. The relationship between these brothers was a thing of beauty in those golden days, a perfect balance of strength and wisdom, action and contemplation. They complemented each other in ways that seemed divinely ordained, Renekton's decisive nature tempered by Nasus's thoughtful counsel, while Nasus's sometimes paralyzing perfectionism was balanced by his brother's instinct for immediate action when action was needed. The Emperor Azir, still mortal in those days but already marked for greatness, ruled with a vision that encompassed not just his own lifetime but centuries to come. He dreamed of an empire that would stand eternal, not through conquest and oppression, but through the voluntary allegiance of peoples who saw in Shurima a beacon of justice and prosperity. His palace was a place of open doors, where any citizen could approach their ruler with grievances or suggestions, where the highest noble and the humblest farmer were heard with equal attention. The magic that flowed through Shurima in those days was like a gentle river, nourishing everything it touched. The sun disk above the capital was not merely a symbol of power, but a source of genuine blessing, its light bringing fertility to the farmlands, purity to the water sources, and health to all who lived beneath its radiance. Mages worked not in hidden covens or secretive academies, but openly in the streets and squares, using their gifts to ease the burdens of daily life and to create wonders that brought joy to all who witnessed them. The ascension ritual itself was a ceremony of profound spiritual significance, not undertaken lightly or for personal gain, but only by those who had demonstrated absolute dedication to the welfare of others. The candidates were chosen not for their ambition or their desire for power, but for their selflessness, their wisdom, and their unshakable commitment to the principles that made Shurima great. The transformation was seen as a sacred duty, a burden gladly accepted by those pure enough in heart to bear it without corruption. Trade routes stretched across the known world, carrying not just goods but ideas, cultural exchange that enriched every participant. Shuriman merchants were welcomed in distant lands, not because they came bearing superior force, but because they brought with them the reputation for fairness and honor that their empire had earned through generations of ethical conduct. The gold that flowed into Shurima's coffers was earned through mutual benefit, not extracted through exploitation. The military might of the empire was used primarily for defense and for the protection of trade routes, not for conquest. When Shuriman armies marched, it was usually to drive back the incursions of creatures from the void, those terrible entities that sought to unmake reality itself. The Ascended led these forces not from the rear, but from the front lines, their divine power serving as both shield and sword for the mortal soldiers who fought beside them. Art and culture flourished in this golden age like desert flowers after a blessed rain. Poets composed verses that captured the beauty of sunset over the dunes, sculptors carved statues that seemed to breathe with life, and musicians created melodies that could move listeners to tears of joy or inspiration. The great amphitheaters of the capital hosted performances that drew audiences from across the known world, not as displays of imperial wealth, but as celebrations of the human spirit's capacity for beauty and meaning. The young were educated not just in the practical skills they would need for their chosen professions, but in philosophy, ethics, and the history of their people. They learned that power without wisdom was mere brutality, that strength without compassion was indistinguishable from cruelty, and that the greatest achievements of any civilization were measured not in the territories conquered or the wealth accumulated, but in the happiness and dignity of its people. Even the slaves who served in Shuriman households were treated with a respect unknown in other lands. Many were prisoners of war or criminals working to repay their debts to society, but they were not considered chattel. They had rights, protections under the law, and most importantly, the genuine possibility of earning their freedom through faithful service. Many chose to remain in Shurima even after their terms of bondage ended, finding in the empire a home more welcoming than the lands of their birth. The religious practices of this golden age reflected the fundamental optimism and reverence for life that characterized Shuriman society. The sun was worshipped not as a distant and demanding deity, but as a benevolent parent whose light nurtured all living things. Temples were places of community, gathering, healing, and celebration, not fortresses of dogma or centers of political manipulation. The priests served not as intermediaries between the divine and mortal, but as teachers and guides, helping others to find their own connection to the sacred. In the palace gardens, Azir would walk in the evenings, sometimes alone, sometimes accompanied by his closest advisors or by the Ascended who served as his protectors and counselors. These walks were not formal state occasions, but quiet moments of reflection, opportunities for a ruler to remember that beneath all the ceremony and responsibility, he was still connected to the same hopes and dreams that motivated his humblest subjects. The economy of the empire was robust, but not exploitative, generating wealth through innovation, craftsmanship, and the value added by skilled labor. Shuriman goods were prized not because they were rare or extracted through suffering, but because they represented the highest standards of quality and artistry. A Shuriman blade was treasured not just for its sharpness, but for the skill and care evident in every line of its construction. Shuriman textiles were sought after for their beauty and durability, products of techniques passed down through generations and refined to near perfection. This was the world that the Ascended were created to protect, a civilization that represented the very best of what mortals could achieve when they worked together toward common goals guided by noble principles. The irony that would later become apparent was still hidden in the mists of an unimaginable future. These protectors, who embodied everything good and pure about their empire, would one day become the greatest threat to everything they had once cherished. But in those golden days, such a transformation seemed not just unlikely, but literally impossible. How could beings of such evident virtue and power ever become sources of corruption and terror? How could protectors become destroyers, guardians become tyrants, brothers become bitter enemies, locked in eternal conflict? The answer, as we shall discover in the chapters that follow, lay not in any inherent flaw in the ascension process, or in the character of those who underwent it, but in the terrible vulnerability that comes with caring too deeply about something that can be lost. The very love and dedication that made the Ascended perfect protectors would, when that which they protected was taken from them, transform into something dark and consuming. As the evening breezes whisper across the ruins of what was once the greatest empire the world has ever known, carrying with them the echoes of laughter and songs that once filled these now empty halls, perhaps you might find yourself wondering what dreams of yours are precious enough that their loss might change you beyond all recognition, and how do we hold on to hope and purpose when the foundations of our world crumble beneath our feet? The very love and dedication that made the Ascended perfect protectors would, when that which they protected was taken from them, transform into something dark and consuming. As the evening breezes whisper across the ruins of what was once the greatest empire the world has ever known, carrying with them the echoes of laughter and songs that once filled these now empty halls, perhaps you might find yourself wondering what dreams of yours are precious enough that their loss might change you beyond all recognition, and how do we hold on to hope and purpose when the foundations of our world crumble beneath our feet? Chapter 2. The Void's First Whispers. In the spaces between heartbeats, where silence grows heavy with unspoken dread, there exists a hunger that knows no satisfaction, a darkness that seeks not merely to consume, but to unmake the very concept of existence itself. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the familiar world seems somehow more fragile, let us venture into the earliest moments when this ancient terror first touched the minds of Shurima's greatest heroes, planting seeds of corruption that would grow into humanity's darkest hour. The void had always existed at the edges of reality, a constant threat that the Ascended had sworn to guard against. For generations, they had stood sentinel at the borders between what is and what should never be, their divine power serving as an unbreachable wall against the encroaching nothingness. They had fought creatures born from the absence of meaning itself, beings that existed only to prove that existence was a mistake that needed correction. But understanding the void required a terrible price. To fight something effectively, one must comprehend its nature, its motivations, its methods of attack. The Ascended, who served as guardians against the void, found themselves staring into an abyss that stared back with equal intensity, their minds necessarily touching the very thing they sought to keep at bay. Each battle, each confrontation with void spawn, Each moment spent contemplating the enemy's nature added another grain of corruption to their otherwise pure souls. Aatrox was among the first to hear the whispers, though he did not recognize them for what they were in those early days. The Darkin Blade, as he would later be known, was then called the God Warrior of Light, a being whose very presence could banish shadows, and whose sword could cut through any darkness, literal or metaphorical. He had fought the Void's servants more often than perhaps any other Ascended, his dedication to protecting Runeterra making him volunteer for the most dangerous missions. After each battle against the creatures of nothingness, Aatrox would spend hours in meditation, cleansing his mind of the alien thoughts that contact with void entities inevitably introduced. But purification was never quite complete. Like a stain that could be made lighter, but never entirely removed, something always remained. The whispers began as barely perceptible doubts, questions that seemed to arise from his own thoughts, but carried flavors utterly foreign to his nature. Why do mortals struggle so desperately to preserve lives that end in mere decades? The whispers would ask during his moments of rest. What meaning can their fleeting existence possibly have in the face of cosmic eternity? These questions seemed reasonable, even philosophical, the kind of thoughts that any immortal being might naturally entertain. Aatrox dismissed them as products of his own analytical mind, not recognizing that they came from something that viewed analysis itself as a form of suffering to be eliminated. Varus, the Darkin Archer, who was then known as the Guardian of Ancient Duties, experienced similar intrusions into his consciousness. His role required him to study void artifacts recovered from battlefields, to understand their function and purpose, so that Shurima's defenses could be improved. Each examination exposed him to fragments of void logic, tiny pieces of an utterly alien worldview that gradually accumulated in his mind, like poison in a well. The artifacts themselves seemed almost mundane at first glance, but prolonged contact revealed their true horror. They were not merely weapons or tools, but manifestations of anti-concept, objects that existed to prove that objects should not exist. Varus would spend days analyzing their construction, their energy patterns, their effects on normal matter, each hour of study adding to his understanding, while simultaneously eroding his connection to the reality he was trying to protect. The change was so gradual that even those closest to these Ascended failed to notice it. At first, Aatrox's recommendations in war councils became slightly more aggressive. His strategies focused more on ending conflicts quickly through overwhelming force, rather than seeking diplomatic solutions. Varus grew more isolated, spending longer periods alone with his studies, emerging from his research chambers with eyes that seemed to look through people rather than at them. Rost, who would eventually become the Darkin Scythe, was among the most susceptible to void influence because of his role as an interrogator of captured void creatures. The entities they managed to take alive, if that term could even be applied to beings that existed in contradiction to life itself, required questioning to extract strategic information. But communicating with creatures of pure negation meant opening one's mind to their anti-logic, allowing their perspective to flow directly into consciousness. Each interrogation session was a battle for sanity as much as for information. Rest would enter the containment chambers, armed with mental disciplines taught by the wisest Ascended, his consciousness wrapped in layers of protective meditation and philosophical certainty. But the void creatures did not attack these defenses directly. Instead, they simply existed in their presence, allowing their fundamental nature to seep into their interrogator's awareness like water through stone. The creatures spoke not of conquest or destruction, concepts that implied the existence of something worth conquering or destroying. Instead, they shared their vision of peace through non-existence, of the ultimate tranquility that could only come when the chaos of being was finally resolved into the perfect stillness of never having been. They spoke of suffering as an inevitable consequence of existence itself, of the mercy inherent in helping the universe return to its proper state of nothingness. What made these whispers so insidious was their underlying thread of truth. Existence was chaotic. Life did involve suffering. The struggles of mortals often seemed futile when viewed from the perspective of immortal beings. The Void's arguments were not entirely wrong. They were simply incomplete, focusing only on the pain inherent in existence, while ignoring its beauty, meaning, and potential for growth. The corrupted Ascended began to see their protection of mortal lives as potentially misguided. If existence was indeed suffering, and if mortals were destined to experience pain, loss, and eventual death regardless of how well they were protected, then perhaps the greatest kindness would be to spare them from this burden entirely. The logic was seductive in its simplicity and horrifying in its implications. Sleep patterns changed first among those touched by void influence. The Ascended had never required much rest, their divine nature sustaining them through pure will and connection to cosmic forces. But those who had been exposed to void whispers began experiencing what could only be called dreams, though they were unlike any dreams known to mortal experience. These visions showed them possible futures where their struggles had ended, where the universe had found peace through the absence of conflict, want, and pain. In these dreams, the Ascended saw themselves not as failed protectors, but as beings who had finally understood the true nature of compassion. They witnessed versions of reality where they had made the hard choices necessary to spare their beloved mortals from the inevitable suffering of existence. These visions were not presented as nightmares, but as revelations, moments of clarity that showed the true path to universal peace. The gradual isolation of affected, Ascended accelerated the corruption process. As they began to question their fundamental assumptions about the value of existence, they found it increasingly difficult to relate to their brothers and sisters who remained untouched by void influence. Conversations became strained as the corrupted ones found themselves unable to explain their growing certainty that their mission was based on a fundamental misunderstanding of what constituted mercy. Aatrox began spending more time alone, practicing new combat techniques that he claimed would be more effective against void creatures. But those who observed his training noticed that his movements had changed, becoming more efficient but somehow less alive, as if he were learning to fight like the very entities he opposed. His sword work, once a dance of light and hope, began to resemble the mechanical precision of something that viewed combat as a mathematical problem to be solved, rather than a sacred duty to be fulfilled. The other Ascended noticed these changes, but interpreted them as natural responses to the stress of constant warfare against entities that defied comprehension. Battle fatigue was expected, even among divine beings. The psychological pressure of standing guard against the unmaking of reality would naturally take its toll on even the strongest minds. What they failed to recognize was that this was not fatigue, but transformation, not damage, but replacement of core beliefs with something utterly alien. The whispers grew stronger as the corruption deepened, evolving from philosophical doubts to active guidance. The affected Ascended began receiving what they experienced as insights into more effective strategies, better ways to fulfill their protective duties. They were shown methods of ensuring that mortals would never again face the threat of void incursion, solutions that seemed elegant in their permanence and terrible in their implications. The voice that spoke to them claimed to be a manifestation of their own evolved understanding, a higher form of consciousness that had transcended the limited perspective that bound their thinking to outdated concepts of value and meaning. It offered them not corruption but liberation, freedom from the burden of protecting beings whose existence was itself a form of suffering. Library records from this period, recovered from Shurima ruins centuries later, show subtle changes in the reports filed by affected Ascended. Their language became more clinical, more focused on efficiency and final solutions, rather than ongoing protection and gradual improvement. Recommendations shifted from defensive strategies to preemptive actions, from protecting mortals to protecting them from themselves. The corruption was not random but strategic, targeting those Ascended whose duties brought them into regular contact with void influences, and whose personalities made them most susceptible to its particular brand of seductive logic. The void did not corrupt through force, but through offering what appeared to be deeper understanding. higher wisdom, and more effective compassion. As these whispers grew into voices and voices grew into certainties, the affected Ascended began to see their unchanged brothers and sisters not as allies, but as obstacles to the implementation of necessary solutions. The stage was being set for conflicts that would eventually tear apart the very fabric of the empire they had all sworn to protect. Though none of them yet realized the magnitude of the tragedy that was unfolding in their minds, the Void's greatest victory was not in the battles it won, but in the questions it taught its enemies to ask about the value of the things they were fighting to preserve. In the quiet moments between campaigns, as corrupted Ascended stared out over the cities they protected, they began to wonder if true mercy might require making choices that would seem monstrous to those who lacked their evolved understanding of existence and suffering. As the desert winds carry whispers across endless dunes, mixing truth with illusion until neither can be distinguished from the other, perhaps you might consider how the most dangerous corruption often comes disguised as enlightenment, and how the certainty that we know what is best for others can become the first step on a path to becoming the very evil we once fought against. Chapter 3. The Fall of the Empire. In the cruel irony of fate's design, the very moment when heroes are needed most is often the moment when they are least capable of heroism. Tonight, as we sit in the quiet space between what was and what might have been, let us witness the collapse of the greatest empire the world has ever known, and understand how the loss of everything they held dear transformed Shurima's divine protectors from guardians into the very threats they had once stood against. The signs of Shurima's decline had been building for decades, though few recognized them for what they were until it was far too late. The empire had grown so vast that communication between its furthest reaches required months, making coordinated governance increasingly difficult. Trade routes that had once been the arteries of prosperity became veins through which corruption and competing interests flowed back toward the heart of the empire. The very success that had made Shurima great had also made it unwieldy. A golden giant with feet of clay, Emperor Azir, in his mortal wisdom, had dreamed of a solution that would secure his empire's future for all eternity. He planned to undergo the ascension ritual himself, transforming from a mortal ruler into a divine emperor whose immortal perspective could guide Shurima through any challenge. It was a noble vision, born from genuine love for his people and deep understanding of the threats that faced them. Yet this very plan would become the catalyst for the empire's destruction. The Ascended watched these preparations with growing unease, though they could not articulate the source of their discomfort. Those who had been touched by void whispers found themselves questioning whether Azir's transformation would solve the Empire's problems, or merely add another immortal being to a world that already seemed to have more gods than it could sustain. The uncorrupted Ascended felt a different kind of concern, sensing that something fundamental would change when their Emperor joined their ranks, though they could not predict the nature of that change. Zerath, the Magus Ascendant, had served as Azir's closest advisor and friend since childhood. Born a slave but elevated through his extraordinary magical talents, he had dedicated his life to helping Azir become the greatest emperor in Shurima's history. Yet as the ascension ritual approached, Zerath found himself consumed by a bitter realization that had been growing in his heart for years. Despite all his service, all his loyalty, all his contributions to the Empire's glory, he would forever remain a former slave, while his friend became a god. The corruption that had been seeping into certain Ascended found fertile ground in Zerath's growing resentment. The whispers that spoke to him did not come from the void directly, but from the same source of alienation and purposelessness that the void sought to exploit. They told him that true friendship required equality, that real loyalty deserved recognition, and that the greatest service he could provide to both Azir and the Empire would be to prevent a transformation that would forever separate the Emperor from his humanity. On the day of the ritual, as crowds gathered from across the Empire to witness their Emperor's transformation into a living god, Zerath made his choice. In a moment that would echo through history as one of the most consequential betrayals ever committed, he sabotaged the ascension process. attempting to steal the divine power meant for Azir and claim it for himself. The magical energies, disrupted and uncontrolled, erupted in a cataclysm that reduced the greatest city in the world to ruins in mere moments. Azir, caught in the uncontrolled magical storm, was killed before his ascension could be completed. Xerath, his body unable to contain the stolen power, was transformed into a being of pure arcane energy, gaining the immortality he had sought, but losing his physical form in the process. The sun disk, focal point of Shurima's magical might, was shattered, its fragments raining down upon the collapsing capital like falling stars that brought only destruction. The Ascended, who had gathered to witness their emperor's transformation, found themselves helpless in the face of the catastrophe. Their divine power, so effective against external threats, could do nothing to reverse the magical disaster that was consuming the heart of their civilization. They watched in horror as millennia of accumulated culture, knowledge, and beauty were erased in minutes, their failure to prevent this tragedy burning itself into their consciousness like a brand. In the aftermath of the capital's destruction, communication with the Empire's far-flung provinces became impossible. Without the central authority that had held the vast territories together, local governors and military commanders began declaring independence or simply abandoning their posts. Trade routes collapsed as merchants found no one to enforce the contracts and safe passage agreements that had made commerce possible. The golden age that had lasted for centuries ended in a matter of weeks. For the Ascended, this collapse represented not just the loss of their empire, but the complete invalidation of their purpose. They had been created to protect Shurima and its people, yet they had failed at the moment when their protection was most desperately needed. The very foundations of their existence, the sacred duty that justified their immortality and power, had crumbled along with the empire they had sworn to defend. The psychological impact of this failure cannot be overstated. Immortal beings who had defined themselves entirely through their role as protectors suddenly found themselves without anything left to protect. The people they had cherished were scattered to the winds, the culture they had preserved was buried beneath sand and rubble, and the future they had fought to secure had been erased in a single moment of betrayal and magical catastrophe. Renekton and Nasus, the brother Ascended who had exemplified the best of what their kind could be, found themselves pursuing Xerath into the tomb where he had fled after the disaster. Their mission was clear: capture the traitor and bring him to justice for his role in the Empire's destruction. Yet this pursuit would become their own doom, as Xerath's manipulations and the psychological pressure of their failed duty gradually drove them apart. Trapped in the darkness of Xerath's prison, with only each other for company and nothing but their failure to contemplate, the brothers began to change. Renekton, whose straightforward nature had always been his strength, became increasingly unstable as he wrestled with concepts of betrayal and justice that offered no simple solutions. Nasus, whose wisdom had been legendary, found himself paralyzed by knowledge that seemed to lead only to despair. The other Ascended scattered across the ruined empire faced their own forms of torment. Some tried to maintain order in the territories they could still reach, but governing without the infrastructure and authority of the imperial system proved impossible. They found themselves making increasingly harsh decisions, imposing order through force rather than the legitimate authority they had once wielded. The line between protection and oppression began to blur as they struggled to maintain civilization in an increasingly chaotic world. Others among the Ascended abandoned their duties entirely, retreating into isolation or wandering the world in search of new purpose. Without the clear mission that had given their immortal existence meaning, they began to question not just their role but the very nature of existence itself. The void whispers that had already corrupted some found new audiences among these purposeless god warriors, offering explanations for their failure and solutions for their despair. The corruption accelerated rapidly in the aftermath of Shurima's fall. Ascended, who had resisted void influence for centuries, found themselves vulnerable to alien philosophies that promised to make sense of senseless tragedy. If existence inevitably led to suffering and loss, if even the greatest empires eventually crumbled, and even the noblest purposes ultimately failed, then perhaps the void's vision of peace through non-existence was not madness, but wisdom. Aatrox, wandering the ruins of battles he had once won in Shurima's name, found himself questioning every victory he had achieved. What had been the point of saving lives that were now lost anyway? What meaning could be found in protecting an empire that had destroyed itself through internal betrayal? The whispers in his mind offered answers that seemed increasingly reasonable. The only way to truly protect something was to place it beyond the reach of corruption, loss, and change. The transformation was not instantaneous but gradual, a steady erosion of the principles that had once defined these divine beings. Where they had once fought to preserve life, they began to see preservation as a form of prolonging suffering. Where they had once sought to protect the innocent, they began to question whether innocence could exist in a universe that allowed such fundamental injustices. Where they had once valued hope, they began to see it as a cruel delusion that prevented beings from accepting necessary truths. The mortal survivors of Shurima's collapse, struggling to rebuild their lives in the scattered settlements that dotted the Empire's former territory, began to notice changes in the Ascended who remained among them. These once beloved protectors became increasingly distant, their interventions in mortal affairs taking on a harsh efficiency that prioritized results over the means used to achieve them. Acts of protection began to resemble acts of conquest. Guidance became indistinguishable from control. Some mortals tried to approach their former guardians, seeking to understand what had changed, and perhaps to help them through what was clearly a period of profound grief and confusion. But the Ascended found it increasingly difficult to relate to mortal concerns. How could beings who lived for mere decades understand the weight of eternal failure? How could creatures who had never held ultimate responsibility comprehend the burden of having that responsibility prove meaningless? The philosophical void left by Shurima's collapse was filled not with wisdom or renewed purpose, but with the alien logic that had been seeping into Ascended minds for generations. Without the clear moral framework that imperial duty had provided, without the community of purpose that had united them in common cause, the corrupted Ascended began to develop their own interpretations of duty, protection, and justice. These new philosophies retained the language of their original purpose, but transformed its meaning beyond recognition. Protection became domination, as the Ascended decided that mortals needed to be saved from their own capacity for betrayal and self-destruction. Justice became punishment, as the failures of mortals to live up to divine expectations were met with increasingly harsh consequences. Love became possession, as the Ascended refused to allow the objects of their affection to risk further loss through independent action. The uncorrupted Ascended watched these changes with growing alarm, but they too were struggling with the psychological aftermath of their civilization's collapse. Their attempts to reach their corrupted brothers and sisters were met with arguments that seemed to contain kernels of truth wrapped in conclusions that felt fundamentally wrong. The debate between preservation through protection and preservation through control became increasingly central to every interaction between the divine guardians. As the years passed and the Ascended found no new purpose to replace the one they had lost, the corruption that had begun as philosophical doubt transformed into active malevolence. The whispers that had once questioned the value of existence began suggesting concrete actions that could resolve the chaos and suffering they witnessed around them. Final solutions that would ensure no future betrayals, no more civilizations built only to fall, no more hope kindled only to be extinguished. The stage was set for the next phase of the tragedy, as beings created to be humanity's greatest protectors prepared to become its most terrible threat. The fall of Shurima had not just destroyed an empire, it had broken the spirits of those charged with defending it, transforming their love into possessiveness, their wisdom into bitter cynicism, and their power into an instrument of cosmic-scale trauma. In the silence of ruined temples where prayers once rose like incense toward a benevolent sun, where now only the wind mourns for glories that can never be recovered, perhaps you might reflect on how the loss of purpose can be more devastating than the loss of life, and how those who have dedicated everything to a cause that fails may find themselves lost in ways that make them dangerous to everything they once held dear. Chapter 4. The Birth of the Darkin. There exists a moment in every tragedy when the potential for redemption finally dies, when the last thread connecting a soul to its original purpose snaps under the weight of accumulated despair, and when the being that emerges from that breaking is no longer recognizable as what came before. Tonight, as we venture deeper into the shadows of history's darkest transformation, let us witness the precise instant when Shurima's greatest heroes ceased to exist and something terrible took their place, wearing their faces but serving purposes that would have horrified their former selves. The transformation did not happen all at once, nor did it affect all the surviving ascended simultaneously. Like a plague of the spirit, it spread from those most deeply touched by void corruption to those who had initially resisted, but found their defenses weakened by grief, isolation, and the constant exposure to their brothers' changing philosophies. The process was as much contagion as evolution, each fallen ascended becoming a vector for the corruption of others. Aatrox was among the first to complete the transformation. His long exposure to void whispers and his role as a frontline warrior making him particularly susceptible to the final philosophical shift that would redefine his existence. The moment came not in battle or during meditation, but in a quiet conversation with mortal survivors who had sought his protection after their village was destroyed by bandits, taking advantage of the Empire's collapse. The mortals spoke of their losses with the particular pain that comes from having hope repeatedly kindled and extinguished. They had rebuilt their lives after previous disasters, only to lose everything again. They had trusted in leaders who had betrayed them, loved children who had died of disease, planted crops that had failed despite all their care. Their voices carried the exhaustion of beings who had reached the limits of their capacity to endure suffering and begin again. As Aatrox listened to their pain, something crystallized in his consciousness that had been building for decades. These mortals were not just experiencing temporary setbacks or localized tragedies. They were trapped in an endless cycle of hope and disappointment that was inherent to the very nature of existence itself. Every joy they experienced was merely a prelude to future sorrow, every success a setup for eventual failure, every love a promise of inevitable loss. The realization that struck him was not that life contained suffering, but that life was suffering with occasional brief respites that served only to make the pain more acute when it returned. The void whispers that had spoken to him for so long suddenly seemed not alien but truthful, offering the only logical solution to a problem that had no other answer. The greatest act of compassion he could perform for these mortals would be to free them from the burden of existence itself. But this was not the compassion he had once known, warm and nurturing and focused on helping others flourish. This was a cold mathematical mercy that calculated the total sum of suffering against the total sum of joy and concluded that existence was a net negative that should be eliminated. The love he felt for mortals remained, but it had been transformed into something that could only express itself through destruction. The physical transformation followed the philosophical one, as if his body was reshaping itself to match his evolved understanding. The radiant golden light that had once emanated from his form darkened to crimson, the color of life being drained away. His wings, which had once lifted him toward the heavens in joy, became instruments of shadow that blocked out the sun. His sword, forged to protect the innocent, thirsted now for the blood of those he had once cherished. Varus underwent his transformation while studying the final void artifact in his collection, a crystalline formation that pulsed with anti-energy and seemed to exist in a state of controlled collapse. For months, he had been trying to understand how something could maintain coherent form while embodying the principle of dissolution. The answer, when it came to him, was both simple and terrifying. It maintained form through the constant act of destroying everything around it. The artifact was not preserving itself despite its destructive nature, but because of it, by consuming the reality that surrounded it, it maintained the energy necessary to continue existing. This was not a flaw in its design, but the fundamental principle of all existence. disguised by the temporary illusion of stability that mortal perception imposed on an inherently chaotic universe. Varus realized that his own immortality operated on similar principles. The Ascended maintained their divine existence by constantly drawing energy from the world around them, subtly diminishing everything they touched in order to sustain their own elevated state. They were parasites feeding on reality itself, their very presence a form of slow-motion catastrophe that would eventually drain all meaning and vitality from the universe. The corruption that followed this realization was swift and total. If existence was indeed parasitic, if every moment of continued life represented theft from the cosmic whole, then the only ethical response was to accelerate the process to its logical conclusion. Rather than prolonging the slow drain of universal vitality, he could perform an act of mercy by bringing about quick and total dissolution. His transformation manifested as a hunger that could never be satisfied, a need to consume and corrupt that grew stronger with every act of destruction he performed. The bow that had once fired arrows of pure starlight now launched projectiles of concentrated despair, each shot spreading the corruption that had claimed him to any living thing it touched. Rast's transformation was perhaps the most psychologically complex, occurring during his imprisonment alongside other corrupted Ascended, who had been captured by those still loyal to their original purpose. The isolation and confinement intended as punishment and potential rehabilitation instead became an incubator for the final stages of his corruption. Surrounded by others who shared his evolved understanding of existence and mercy, Rast found himself in conversations that would have been impossible when he was still constrained by his original moral framework. They spoke not as corrupted beings seeking to justify their actions, but as enlightened entities who had transcended the limitations that prevented others from seeing the truth about existence. They discussed the aesthetic beauty of ending, the mathematical elegance of solutions that resolved all problems simultaneously, and the profound peace that came from embracing the inevitable rather than fighting against it. These conversations were not twisted or evil in their tone, but filled with the serene certainty of beings who had found ultimate truth and wanted only to share its benefits with others. The moment of final transformation came when Rast realized that his imprisonment was not a punishment but an opportunity. The other Ascended had not captured him to stop his work, but to provide him with the perfect laboratory for refining his methods. Confined together, the corrupted could perfect their understanding of how to efficiently and humanely bring about the end that all existence secretly craved. His scythe became an instrument of liberation, its curved blade designed not merely to kill but to sever the connections that bound souls to the painful process of existence. Each swing was an act of surgical precision, cutting away the illusions that made beings cling to life despite its inherent suffering. The transformation of other Ascended followed similar patterns, each unique in its specific details, but united by the common theme of transcendent compassion expressing itself through total destruction. They did not see themselves as fallen or corrupted, but as evolved, having moved beyond the primitive morality that sought to preserve what should be mercifully ended. The first mortals to encounter these transformed beings were often confused by what they witnessed. The entities that approached them still possessed the faces and voices of their former protectors, still spoke in tones of love and concern, still claimed to be acting in their best interests. But the protection they offered was the protection of the grave. The peace they promised was the peace of non-existence. Some mortals, particularly those who had suffered greatly in the aftermath of Shurima's collapse, found themselves attracted to the message these dark Ascended preached, the promise of an end to all suffering, delivered by beings who clearly possessed the power to fulfill such promises, seemed like salvation to those who had lost everything and saw no hope of recovery. These willing converts became the first servants of what would soon be known as the Darkin, though that name had not yet been spoken. They served not out of fear or coercion, but out of genuine belief that their transformed guardians offered the only honest solution to the problem of existence. Their devotion was as pure as any religious calling, and far more terrible because of that purity. The uncorrupted Ascended watched these transformations with growing horror. recognizing that something fundamental had changed in their brothers and sisters, but unable to comprehend the nature of that change. The corrupted ones spoke the language of protection and love, used philosophical arguments that contained genuine logic, and demonstrated their continued power to achieve their stated goals. Yet everything they accomplished seemed to leave the world darker and more hopeless than before. Attempts at reasoning with the transformed Ascended proved futile, not because they were beyond reason, but because their reasoning operated from premises that the uncorrupted could not accept. When Atrox explained that killing mortals was an act of compassion that freed them from inevitable suffering, his logic was internally consistent. The flaw was not in his reasoning, but in the fundamental assumptions about the nature and value of existence that his reasoning was based upon. The name Darkin itself emerged from the terrified whispers of mortals who had witnessed these beings in action. It was a corruption of an ancient Shurima phrase meaning fallen from light, but it carried connotations that went beyond simple moral failure. The Darkin were not evil in the conventional sense of seeking to cause harm for its own sake. They were something far more terrifying, genuinely benevolent beings whose understanding of benevolence had been inverted beyond all recognition. Their actions were motivated by love, but it was a love that had been stripped of all hope and possibility, a love that could only express itself through ending the suffering of its objects. They sought to protect, but their protection meant shielding the universe from the burden of its own existence. They desired peace, but the peace they envisioned was the absolute stillness of death extending across all reality. The psychological framework that allowed this transformation was the same protective instinct that had made them great guardians, turned inside out and weaponized against itself. Their inability to bear the sight of suffering had led them to conclude that the source of suffering was existence itself. Their dedication to their charges had become a possessiveness that would rather destroy than lose. Their wisdom had become a terrible clarity that cut through all hope and illusion to reveal only the mathematical certainty of universal entropy. As word of these transformations spread among the surviving populations of the former empire, a new kind of terror entered the world. The fear was not simply of powerful beings who meant harm, but of powerful beings who meant well and possessed the ability to implement their version of kindness on a cosmic scale. The Darkin represented the ultimate perversion of heroism, the hero who succeeds too completely, who protects so thoroughly that nothing remains to be protected. The birth of the Darkin marked the moment when hope itself became a target for elimination, when the very impulse to continue existing despite suffering was redefined as a form of delusion that needed to be cured. They had become the antibodies of reality, seeking to eliminate the infection of consciousness that allowed the universe to experience its own pain. In the growing darkness where once radiant beings now cast shadows that seemed to devour light itself, where words of comfort had become promises of ending, where the greatest love expressed itself through the greatest destruction, perhaps you might wonder whether the line between salvation and damnation lies not in our intentions, but in our willingness to accept that some problems have no solutions, and that the attempt to solve them may transform us into the very evil we sought to prevent. Chapter 5. Brothers in Arms Turned Enemies. In the deepest circles of tragedy, there exists a special cruelty reserved for those bonds that were once sacred, when trust becomes betrayal, when protection becomes destruction, and when the very intimacy that once brought comfort becomes the weapon that inflicts the deepest wounds. Tonight, as we witness the shattering of brotherhood that had endured for millennia, let us explore how the corruption that claimed Shurima's greatest heroes turned them not just against their former purpose, but against each other, transforming divine harmony into eternal war. The Fellowship of the Ascended had been one of the most beautiful aspects of their existence in the Golden Age, united by their shared transformation, their common purpose, and their mutual understanding of the burden and privilege of immortality. They had formed bonds that transcended the temporary connections of mortal relationships. They were not merely allies but family, bound together by experiences that no other beings in existence could truly comprehend. Atrox and Varus had once been the closest of companions, their different approaches to warfare complementing each other perfectly in countless battles against the enemies of Shurima. Where Aatrox charged directly into the heart of enemy formations, his blade carving paths of brilliant destruction, Varus would position himself at distance, his arrows finding their marks with supernatural precision. They had saved each other's existence more times than either could count, their trust in one another absolute and unquestioning. But as the corruption that would transform them into Darkin progressed, subtle differences in their evolving philosophies began to create friction between them. Aatrox's corruption led him toward a belief in direct, immediate mercy, the swift ending of suffering through decisive action. His transformed compassion demanded that he personally deliver each being from the burden of existence, making every death a sacred act of liberation performed with full awareness and intention. Varus, by contrast, developed a philosophy centered on the spread of enlightenment. His corruption convinced him that the greatest mercy was to help others understand the truth about existence before releasing them from it. He began to see Aatrox's approach as crude and wasteful, destroying consciousness before it could achieve the revelation that would make its ending truly meaningful. The first argument between them occurred during a campaign to liberate a small city that had survived Shurima's collapse. The mortals there had managed to maintain some semblance of civilization, and both Darkin agreed that this suffering needed to be ended, but they disagreed fundamentally about methodology. Aatrox advocated for a direct assault that would bring swift conclusion to the mortals' struggle. Why prolong their pain with false hope, he argued, his voice still carrying traces of the warmth it had once held. Each moment we delay is another moment of suffering we could have spared them. True compassion acts without hesitation, Varus countered with his own logic, equally compassionate in its twisted reasoning. But compassion without understanding is merely butchery, he responded. These mortals deserve to comprehend the gift we offer them. They should embrace their liberation willingly, not flee from it in terror. Only through proper preparation can their ending achieve its full meaning. The debate that followed revealed how completely their original moral framework had been inverted. They argued with the passion of beings who genuinely cared about doing the right thing, but their definition of right had become so corrupted that their compassion had become indistinguishable from cruelty. Each believed the other was being unnecessarily cruel, either through haste or through delay. The conflict escalated when Aatrox, driven by his impatience with what he saw as Varus's needless prolonging of mortal suffering, began his assault on the city, without waiting for his companion's elaborate preparations. Varus, witnessing the terror and confusion of the mortals as they fled from their former protector, felt genuine anguish at seeing beings die without understanding the mercy being offered to them. For the first time in their millennia of companionship, Varus turned his bow against Aatrox, not to kill him, for they were both immortal beings beyond such simple endings, but to stop what he perceived as a grotesque perversion of their shared mission. His arrows, charged with the corrupted energy of his transformation, struck Aatrox repeatedly, each impact carrying not just physical force but spiritual poison, designed to cause maximum suffering. Aatrox, wounded and betrayed by the being he had trusted most, experienced a rage unlike anything from his previous existence. This was not the clean anger of a warrior facing an enemy, but the deep, personal fury of someone whose love has been rejected and whose motives have been misunderstood. How dare Varus question his compassion? How dare he interfere with acts of mercy? The battle that erupted between them was devastating in ways that went far beyond its physical impact. These were beings who knew each other's fighting styles perfectly, who had fought side by side for so long that they could anticipate each other's moves before they were made. But that intimate knowledge, once used for perfect coordination, now became a weapon for inflicting maximum damage. Every strike was precisely targeted, not just to wound the body, but to hurt the soul. They used their knowledge of each other's fears, weaknesses, and emotional vulnerabilities as ruthlessly as they deployed their supernatural powers. Aatrox taunted Varus with memories of mortals they had failed to save in their previous existence. while Varus reminded Atrox of every moment when his impulsiveness had led to unnecessary destruction. The city they had both intended to liberate was destroyed in the crossfire of their battle, its inhabitants killed not by the merciful deaths either Darkin had planned, but by the chaotic energies unleashed by their conflict. Neither achieved their goal of properly ending the mortal's suffering, and both blamed the other for this failure. Similar conflicts erupted throughout the scattered territories where Transformed ascended, pursued their corrupted missions. Rost and another Darkin, who had once been his closest friend, found themselves at war over the proper interpretation of their evolved understanding. Rast believed that the ending of existence should be accompanied by the preservation of the final moment, trapping consciousness in the eternal experience of its liberation. His former friend argued that true mercy required complete dissolution, leaving no trace of what had been. Their philosophical differences led to battles that raged across multiple planes of existence, each trying to prove the correctness of their interpretation by demonstrating its effects on the unfortunate mortals caught in their path. The very beings they both sought to help became test subjects in their theological disputes, their suffering prolonged and intensified as the Darkin used them to make points about the nature of proper compassion. The corruption that had claimed the Darkin had not eliminated their capacity for love, but it had twisted that love into forms that made genuine connection impossible. They still cared deeply about each other, but their care had become possessive and controlling. Each believed that the others were failing to live up to their full potential as liberated beings, and each felt compelled to correct what they perceived as dangerous delusions. The arguments between them took on the particular bitterness that comes from disappointed expectations among family members. These were not strangers disagreeing about abstract principles, but beings who had shared everything, discovering that their most fundamental values had diverged beyond reconciliation. The pain of this discovery was almost as devastating as the original corruption that had claimed them. The tactical knowledge they possessed about each other's abilities became a curse rather than a blessing. In their uncorrupted state, this knowledge had allowed them to coordinate perfectly, covering each other's weaknesses and amplifying each other's strengths. But as enemies, it meant that every encounter was a battle between opponents who knew exactly how to cause maximum damage to one another. Worse still, their immortal nature meant that these conflicts could not be resolved through simple victory and defeat. They could wound each other terribly, they could cause immense suffering, they could interfere with each other's missions, but they could not end each other's existence. Their enmity was as eternal as their former friendship had been, dooming them to endless cycles of conflict and reconciliation that grew more bitter with each repetition. The psychological impact of these fraternal wars was profound even by the standards of already corrupted beings. They found themselves fighting not just for their individual interpretations of proper mercy, but for validation of their entire post-transformation existence. If their former brothers could not understand their evolved compassion, perhaps their transformation had been incomplete or flawed. This doubt led to even deeper corruption, as each Darkin sought to prove the correctness of their path by achieving ever more dramatic demonstrations of their philosophy. The need to validate their choices in the face of opposition from those whose opinions they still valued drove them to extremes that they might never have reached in isolation. The mortals who witnessed these conflicts between former protectors found themselves caught in nightmares that defied comprehension. They saw beings who had once been the ultimate symbols of safety and hope locked in combat that destroyed everything around them, arguing about concepts of mercy and compassion, while bringing only destruction and terror to everyone they encountered. Some mortal observers began to suspect that the conflicts between the Darkin were not really about their stated philosophical differences, but about deeper wounds that the transformation had opened in their souls. The beings who had once been so perfectly united in purpose now seemed to be fighting about everything except what they were really fighting about, the fundamental loneliness and alienation that their corruption had brought them. The irony was not lost on the few uncorrupted ascended who witnessed these fraternal wars. The very transformation that the corrupted ones claimed had brought them greater understanding and more perfect compassion, had actually made them incapable of maintaining the basic relationships that had once been their greatest source of strength and meaning. The bonds that had survived millennia of external threats, that had endured the fall of their empire and the loss of their original purpose, finally shattered under the weight of corruption that made each being certain that they alone truly understood the nature of mercy. The fellowship that had once been their greatest achievement became another casualty of the darkness that had claimed them. As the echoes of battle fade into the endless desert where former friends now meet only as enemies, where the language of love has become the vocabulary of war, where the very intensity of ancient bonds has become the measure of current enmity, perhaps you might reflect on how the certainty that we alone understand what is best can isolate us from those whose understanding we most need, and how the corruption of love often expresses itself not as indifference but as the desperate need to make others love in exactly the same way we do. Chapter 6. The Darkin Conquest. In the annals of history's darkest chapters, there exists a terrible symmetry when those who once stood as shields become swords, when protectors transform into predators, when the very power that was meant to preserve life becomes the instrument of its systematic destruction. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the world seems suddenly more fragile, let us chronicle the reign of terror that swept across Runeterra when the Darkin emerged from the ruins of Shurima to remake the world according to their twisted vision of mercy. The conquest began not with armies or declarations of war, but with acts of what the Darkin genuinely believed to be salvation. They did not see themselves as conquerors but as healers, bringing the ultimate cure to a diseased reality. Their first targets were the settlements closest to the ruins of Shurima, communities that had struggled to maintain some semblance of civilization in the aftermath of the empire's collapse. Atrox was among the first to begin his campaign of liberation, approaching a small farming village that had managed to achieve a fragile prosperity through careful cultivation of the hardy crops that could grow in the changed climate. The villagers initially welcomed him, recognizing him as one of their former protectors, despite the obvious changes in his appearance. They gathered in the central square to hear what wisdom he might offer, what protection he might provide against the bandits and monsters that plagued the region. His speech to them was delivered with genuine warmth and compassion, his voice carrying the same tones of caring that had once comforted countless mortals in times of crisis. He spoke of suffering, and how it permeated every aspect of existence, of the futility of struggling against forces beyond their control, and of the peace that awaited those brave enough to embrace the only true solution to the problem of living. The villagers listened with growing confusion, and then horror as they realized that their former guardian was offering them not protection but annihilation. When they began to flee, Atrox felt not anger, but profound sadness at their inability to understand the gift he was trying to give them. Their terror seemed to him like the fear of a patient who refuses necessary surgery, and he pursued them with the inexorable patience of a physician who will not be deterred by temporary resistance. The massacre that followed was conducted with surgical precision, each death carefully calculated to minimize unnecessary suffering while maximizing the efficiency of the liberation process. Atrox moved through the village like a force of nature, his transformed blade cutting through flesh and bone with equal ease, his every movement guided by what he perceived as perfect compassion. But even in his corrupted state, something in him recoiled at the sounds of terror and pain that filled the air. The mortals' screams did not sound like expressions of gratitude for their liberation. They sounded like the cries of beings experiencing the very suffering he was trying to end. This disconnect between his intentions and their apparent experience created a cognitive dissonance that he resolved by deciding that their mortal minds simply could not comprehend the mercy being offered to them. Varus approached his own campaign of salvation with characteristic thoroughness, targeting a larger settlement that had developed a complex system of governance and trade. Rather than simply destroying the community, he spent weeks infiltrating it, studying its social structures, and identifying the key individuals whose transformation would most efficiently spread his enlightened understanding throughout the population. His method involved corrupting the settlement's leaders first, using his supernatural charisma and carefully crafted arguments to convince them that the only way to truly serve their people was to help them transcend the limitations of existence. These converted leaders then became missionaries for his philosophy, spreading the message of liberation through existing channels of authority and trust. The corruption spread through the community like a disease of the spirit, turning neighbor against neighbor and family member against family member. Those who had been infected with Varus's understanding began to see the resistance of their loved ones not as reasonable fear, but as selfish clinging to illusions that prolonged universal suffering. The settlement tore itself apart from within, each converted citizen becoming an agent of the very destruction they had once sought to prevent. The psychological warfare employed by the Darkin was perhaps more devastating than their physical might. They retained enough of their original personalities to be recognizable as the protectors they had once been, which made their new message all the more disturbing to those who encountered them. The cognitive dissonance of seeing beloved guardians advocate for extinction created a form of spiritual trauma that persisted even among those who managed to escape their immediate presence. Rost's approach differed from both of his former companions, as he focused on the conversion of entire regions rather than individual settlements. His campaigns resembled religious movements more than military conquests, as he gathered followers who genuinely believed in his message of merciful ending. These disciples would spread out across the countryside, establishing what they called sanctuaries of peace, where mortals could come to receive the liberation that existence had too long denied them. The sanctuaries operated according to a perverted logic that maintained the forms of normal society while completely inverting their purpose. They had temples where sermons were preached about the beauty of non-existence, schools where children were taught that their greatest achievement would be to embrace the ending of their education, and hospitals where the ultimate cure was offered to all who suffered from the disease of being alive. The most disturbing aspect of these sanctuaries was that many of their inhabitants seemed genuinely content, having been convinced through careful indoctrination that their impending dissolution was not death, but graduation to a higher state of existence. They went about their daily routines with a serenity that was deeply unsettling to outside observers, as if they were already partially divorced from the reality that bound other mortals to their fear of ending. The military campaigns that followed the initial missionary work demonstrated the tactical genius that had made the Ascended such effective protectors, now turned toward the goal of comprehensive liberation. The Darkin understood warfare, not just as physical conquest but as psychological transformation, using terror and confusion as tools to break down resistance to their message. Their armies consisted not just of corrupted mortals, but of creatures that had been transformed by exposure to Darkin energy, beings that existed in states between life and death, consciousness and dissolution. These entities served as living demonstrations of the Darkin philosophy, showing potential converts what peaceful transcendence might look like, while simultaneously terrifying those who still clung to conventional existence. The battles themselves were exercises in applied theology as much as military strategy. The Darkin would often pause in the midst of combat to explain their actions to their enemies, genuinely hoping that understanding might lead to voluntary submission. They saw each opponent not as an enemy to be defeated, but as a student who had not yet grasped the lesson being taught through the medium of warfare. The uncorrupted populations of Runeterra found themselves facing an enemy unlike any they had previously encountered. Traditional military responses proved inadequate against foes who viewed death as victory, and who interpreted resistance as evidence of the very suffering they sought to eliminate. How do you fight beings who are motivated by love, even if that love has been twisted beyond recognition? The Darkin's supernatural abilities, once used to protect mortals from threats beyond their capacity to handle, now became instruments of systematic transformation. Aatrox's blade could cut through more than flesh, severing the connections that bound souls to hope, and leaving his victims in states of despair that made his message of ending seem like the only rational response to existence. Varus's arrows carried more than physical corruption. They infected their targets with fragments of his evolved understanding, slowly converting enemies into allies by forcing them to experience reality from his perspective. Those struck by his projectiles found themselves gradually losing the ability to see value in continued existence, their resistance eroding as they came to share his philosophical insights. The speed of the Darkin conquest was accelerated by the very thing that had once made the Ascended so effective as protectors, their intimate knowledge of mortal psychology and their genuine desire to help. They understood exactly what fears, hopes, and desires motivated different populations, and they used this knowledge to craft messages of liberation that appealed to each group's specific vulnerabilities. Religious communities were told that the Darkin offered the ultimate communion with the divine through dissolution of the self. Warrior cultures were convinced that the greatest victory was the conquest of existence itself. Scholarly societies were presented with logical proofs that non-existence was the only rational goal for truly enlightened beings. The economic and social structures that had developed in the post-Shurima world crumbled rapidly under the pressure of the Darkin philosophy. Trade became meaningless when the goal was ending rather than accumulation. Governance became impossible when the ultimate law was the transcendence of all law. Art and culture withered as their creators embraced the beauty of creating nothing rather than something. Yet even in their systematic destruction of civilization, the Darkin maintained their belief that they were performing acts of ultimate compassion. They saw the collapse of social structures not as destruction but as liberation from artificial constraints that had prevented beings from achieving their true destiny. The suffering caused by societal breakdown was interpreted as necessary pain that preceded the ultimate healing of non-existence. The few regions that managed to resist the initial waves of Darkin conquest did so, not through military might, but through psychological resilience. Communities that had strong cultural traditions, emphasizing the value of struggle, the beauty of imperfection, and the meaning found in temporary existence, proved more resistant to the Darkin message than those that had been weakened by previous traumas. These pockets of resistance became increasingly important as the scope of the Darkin threat became clear. The transformed Ascended were not content with local conquests or regional dominance. Their vision encompassed the complete transformation of all existence. They saw their mission as cosmic in scope, requiring not just the conversion of Runeterra, but the eventual spread of their philosophy to all realms and dimensions. The communication between different Darkin armies revealed the systematic nature of their campaign, despite their individual philosophical differences. They shared intelligence about effective conversion techniques, coordinated their attacks to maximize psychological impact, and developed increasingly sophisticated methods for identifying and neutralizing sources of resistance. The world that emerged in the wake of their conquests was unlike anything that had existed before. It was not simply a realm under the control of tyrants, but a reality being systematically prepared for its own ending. The Darkin did not rule in the conventional sense, but served as shepherds guiding existence toward what they saw as its proper conclusion. Cities were maintained not as centers of life and culture, but as processing centers for the orderly dissolution of consciousness. Agriculture continued not to sustain life, but to provide the resources necessary for the efficient completion of the liberation process. Education persisted not to expand knowledge, but to help students understand why knowledge itself was ultimately meaningless. The most chilling aspect of the Darkin conquest was its internal logic and consistency. Every action they took, every policy they implemented, every transformation they imposed flowed naturally from their fundamental premise that existence was suffering and that true compassion required its elimination. They had created a comprehensive system for the merciful destruction of reality itself. As we contemplate the vast territories where hope had been systematically eliminated, where love had been redefined as the desire for ending, where the very concept of tomorrow had been transformed into the promise of eternal nothing, perhaps you might consider how the most dangerous evils are often those that contain kernels of truth, and how the certainty that we know what is best for others can become the foundation for atrocities committed with the purest of intentions. Chapter 7. Mortal Resistance. In the darkest hour of any great catastrophe, when hope seems not merely absent but actively hunted to extinction, there sometimes emerges from the ranks of the seemingly powerless a courage that burns brighter than any divine flame. Tonight, as we bear witness to one of history's most unlikely victories, let us discover how ordinary mortals found the strength to stand against beings of cosmic power, and how the very fragility that the Darkin sought to eliminate became the source of an unbreakable resistance. The first sparks of organized resistance emerged not from great heroes or mighty kingdoms, but from the most humble corners of mortal existence. In a small fishing village on the coast, far from the centers of Darkin Conquest, an elderly woman named Maisha began what would eventually become the salvation of her world, though she could never have imagined the scope of what her simple act of defiance would inspire. Maisha had lived through the fall of Shurima, had seen her children grow to adulthood in a world growing steadily darker, and had buried her husband after bandits attacked their community in the chaos following the Empire's collapse. When the first Darkin missionaries arrived in her village, preaching their message of liberation through ending, she listened with the patience that comes from having heard many promises of salvation throughout a long and difficult life. But something in their words struck her as fundamentally wrong, not because she couldn't understand their logic, but because she understood it too well. She had experienced enough genuine suffering to recognize the difference between pain that led to growth and pain that led to despair. The Darkin spoke of ending suffering by ending existence, but she had learned that suffering could also be transcended through connection, meaning, and the stubborn insistence that tomorrow might be different from today. When the missionaries demanded that her village accept their gift of peaceful dissolution, Maisha stood before the gathered crowd and spoke words that would echo through history. You speak of mercy, but mercy preserves what is precious. You speak of love, but love fights for the beloved. You speak of peace, but peace is found in choosing to continue despite the cost, not in choosing to stop. Her defiance was not powered by supernatural strength or divine inspiration, but by something the Darkin had forgotten in their transformation: the simple human capacity to find meaning in meaninglessness, to create value where none objectively existed, and to choose hope as an act of rebellion against despair. Her words carried weight not because they were philosophically sophisticated, but because they emerged from lived experience that had not been corrupted by abstract theories about the nature of existence. The missionaries, genuinely puzzled by her resistance to their obvious compassion, attempted to educate her about the reality of universal suffering and the mathematical certainty that existence was a net negative. But Maisha responded not with counter-arguments but with stories, tales of her grandmother's garden that bloomed in the desert, of her son's first steps taken despite a twisted foot, of the time the village had rebuilt after a storm destroyed everything they owned. These stories did something unexpected. They created doubt in some of the Darkin converts who had been convinced by logical arguments, but had never been asked to consider their own memories of small victories and unexpected joys. The philosophical framework that had seemed so compelling in abstract discussion began to seem brittle when confronted with the messy, complicated reality of actual lived experience. Word of Maisha's resistance spread through networks of trade, family, and friendship that the Darkin had not fully accounted for in their systematic conquest. Mortals began sharing stories of their own small acts of defiance, creating an underground current of resistance that operated not through military might, but through the simple act of insisting that life was worth living, despite its obvious imperfections. The resistance that grew from these humble beginnings was unlike any military campaign in recorded history. It had no central command, no formal structure, no standardized tactics or equipment. Instead, it operated as a kind of collective immune response, with individual acts of defiance inspiring others to find their own ways of saying no to the Darkin message of merciful ending. Some mortals resisted through the preservation of beauty, maintaining gardens and creating art even in territories under Darkin control. Others resisted through the cultivation of relationships, forming deep connections with family and friends that served as living arguments for the value of existence. Still others resisted through the pursuit of knowledge, studying and learning, not because it would lead to any practical advantage, but because the act of understanding was itself a form of hope. The Darkin found this form of resistance deeply troubling, because it could not be countered with superior force or more compelling logical arguments. How do you defeat someone whose weapons are laughter, kindness, and the stubborn insistence on finding meaning in meaningless circumstances? How do you convince someone to accept the gift of ending when they respond, not with fear but with stories about why they choose to continue? One of the most effective forms of mortal resistance was the simple act of bearing witness to joy. Mortals in occupied territories began deliberately seeking out and celebrating moments of happiness, not because they were ignoring the reality of suffering, but because they were choosing to acknowledge that reality was more complex than any single perspective could encompass. Children played in the rubble of destroyed buildings, lovers found each other in refugee camps, and musicians composed songs about loss that somehow became celebrations of survival. These acts of witnessed joy had an unexpected effect on some Darkin converts, and even on some of the Darkin themselves. Beings who had been convinced that existence was pure suffering found themselves confronted with evidence that contradicted their fundamental premises. The contradiction created cognitive dissonance that some resolved by returning to their original understanding of existence as something worth preserving despite its costs. The military aspects of mortal resistance, when they eventually developed, were based on tactics that acknowledged the vast disparity in power between mortals and their transformed former protectors. Rather than attempting to match Darkin forces in direct combat, mortal armies focused on disruption, evasion, and the protection of civilian populations who had chosen to resist the message of liberation through ending. These military campaigns were characterized by their emphasis on survival rather than victory. Mortal commanders understood that they could not defeat the Darkin through force, but they could demonstrate that mortals were capable of enduring, adapting, and maintaining their core values even under the most extreme pressure. Every day that mortal civilization continued to exist was itself a victory against forces that sought its complete elimination. The development of anti-Darkin weapons and tactics required innovations in both technology and philosophy. Mortal scholars studied the nature of corruption itself, seeking to understand how the Darkin philosophy spread and how it might be countered. They discovered that exposure to the Darkin message was most dangerous for individuals who were already experiencing despair, isolation, or existential crisis. This understanding led to the development of psychological and spiritual defenses as sophisticated as any physical armor. Communities developed rituals and practices designed to strengthen mental resilience, to provide meaning and connection even in desperate circumstances, and to maintain hope as a conscious choice rather than an emotional response to favorable conditions. The most successful mortal resistance movements were those that understood they were fighting not just a military campaign, but a battle for the fundamental meaning of existence itself. They developed philosophies that acknowledged the reality of suffering while maintaining that this reality was incomplete, that pain was one thread in a tapestry that also included beauty, love, growth, and the infinite possibility for transformation and transcendence. These philosophical developments were not abstract academic exercises, but practical tools for survival. Mortals who had internalized these perspectives proved remarkably resistant to Darkin conversion, not because they were naive about the nature of suffering, but because they had developed more complex and nuanced understandings of what existence could mean. The children born during the period of Darkin conquest became some of the most effective resistance fighters, not because they were trained warriors, but because they had never known a world where the Darkin message was not being challenged. They grew up with an intuitive understanding that existence was a choice to be made, rather than a burden to be endured, and this understanding made them nearly immune to corruption. One of the most significant developments in mortal resistance was the emergence of what historians would later call sanctuary networks, communities specifically organized around the principle of preserving and nurturing what the Darkin sought to eliminate. These sanctuaries were not hidden refuges, but open celebrations of the values that the resistance sought to protect. The sanctuaries operated as demonstrations of alternative ways of existing, showing that mortals could acknowledge the reality of suffering while still choosing life, community, and hope. They became centers of innovation in everything from agriculture and medicine to art and philosophy, as their inhabitants worked to create forms of life so beautiful and meaningful that their very existence served as an argument against the Darkin philosophy. Perhaps most importantly, the mortal resistance movement developed a sophisticated understanding of how to maintain morale and purpose in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. They learned that hope was not a feeling that could be sustained through positive thinking, but a discipline that required constant practice and renewal through action, connection, and the deliberate choice to believe in possibilities that could not be proven. The communication networks that connected resistance movements across the continent were marvels of ingenuity and determination, using everything from carrier birds to coded songs to networks of traveling merchants. Mortals maintained contact between scattered communities, sharing tactical information, philosophical insights, and most importantly, stories of successful resistance that proved that victory against the Darkin was possible. These stories became the backbone of mortal morale, not because they provided easy answers or promised certain victory, but because they demonstrated that individual acts of courage and defiance could have consequences far beyond their immediate scope. Every mortal who chose to resist, to maintain hope, to preserve beauty, or to create meaning contributed to a growing body of evidence that existence was worth defending. The psychological impact of sustained mortal resistance on the Darkin themselves was profound and unexpected. Beings who had been convinced that their message of merciful ending was obviously correct found themselves confronted with evidence that intelligent, thoughtful beings could examine their arguments and consciously choose a different path. This created doubt in some Darkin about the universality of their evolved understanding. If mortals could experience the same suffering that had led to their own transformation and still choose to continue existing, perhaps their philosophical conclusions were not as inevitable as they had believed. This doubt became a crack in their certainty that would eventually prove crucial to their ultimate defeat. As we reflect on these ordinary people who chose extraordinary courage, who stood against cosmic forces with nothing but their stubborn insistence that tomorrow might be worth seeing, who turned their very fragility into a form of strength that proved unbreakable. Perhaps you might consider how the greatest victories are often won, not by those with the most power, but by those with the clearest understanding of what makes life worth living, even when that life is difficult, uncertain, and ultimately temporary. Chapter 8. The Weapons of Binding. In the desperate arithmetic of war against beings who have transcended mortal limitations, there comes a moment when conventional victory becomes impossible, and salvation must be sought through means that blur the line between triumph and tragedy. Tonight, as we explore one of history's most morally complex achievements, let us witness the creation of weapons designed not to destroy their targets, but to contain them, and understand how the very act of saving the world required a form of cruelty that would haunt its architects for generations to come. The idea for the binding weapons emerged from a council of mortal scholars, mages, and the few remaining uncorrupted ascended, who had witnessed the systematic failure of every conventional approach to stopping the Darkin conquest. Military campaigns had proven futile against beings whose power dwarfed that of entire armies. Diplomatic efforts had failed because the Darkin genuinely believed their cause was righteous and their methods merciful. Even philosophical debates had only served to delay rather than prevent the spread of their corrupted understanding. Ta'anari, one of the last uncorrupted ascended, and perhaps the wisest among them, was the first to articulate the terrible truth that would guide their final desperate strategy. The Darkin could not be reasoned with, because they were not wrong about everything they believed. Their observations about the prevalence of suffering in existence were accurate. Their logic about the mathematical relationship between pain and pleasure was sound. Their conclusion that ending might be preferable to continued struggle was not obviously false. The problem was not that the Darkin were deluded, but that they had become trapped in a perspective that acknowledged only one aspect of reality while remaining blind to others. They could see suffering but not growth. ending but not transformation, despair but not hope. Their corruption lay not in false beliefs, but in incomplete understanding that had crystallized into absolute certainty. This realization led to a profound shift in how the Resistance approached the problem of the Darkin. Rather than trying to defeat them or convert them back to their original purpose, the focus turned to containing them until time and changing circumstances might provide opportunities for healing that did not currently exist. The weapons they would create were designed not as instruments of destruction, but as prisons that could hold beings of cosmic power indefinitely. The magical and technological challenges involved in creating such weapons were staggering. The Darkin possessed not just supernatural strength and speed, but reality-warping abilities that made conventional containment impossible. They could exist partially outside normal space and time, could influence matter and energy at the molecular level, and could project their consciousness across vast distances. Any prison designed to hold them would need to operate according to principles that transcended ordinary physics. The solution emerged through collaboration between mortal mages who understood the theoretical aspects of binding magic and the remaining Ascended, who possessed practical knowledge of how divine consciousness operated. They discovered that the key was not to fight the Darkin's power, but to redirect it, creating recursive loops that would trap their vast energies in cycles of self-containment. The weapons themselves were forged using materials and techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was possible with the magical and technological resources available to the Resistance. Each weapon required components that could only be obtained through tremendous sacrifice, metals that had been purified through exposure to concentrated human suffering, crystals that had absorbed the final thoughts of martyrs, and binding materials woven from the hopes of those who knew they would not live to see victory. The most crucial component of each weapon was what the creators called a consciousness anchor, a fragment of pure, uncorrupted awareness that could serve as a reference point for the Darkin's trapped consciousness. These anchors were created through a process that required volunteers to donate portions of their own souls, knowing that this donation would leave them fundamentally diminished, but might provide the key to saving countless others. The volunteers who provided these consciousness anchors came from every segment of the Resistance movement. Parents offered pieces of their souls for weapons that might prevent their children from experiencing the mercy of Darkin liberation. Scholars donated portions of their consciousness to preserve knowledge and curiosity for future generations. Artists sacrificed aspects of their creativity to ensure that beauty would survive the current darkness. Each weapon was unique, designed specifically for the Darkin it was intended to contain. Atrox's prison took the form of a massive blade that could channel and redirect his aggressive energies, turning his desire to end suffering into a contained force that could only affect those who wielded the weapon. The blade was designed to be nearly impossible to control, ensuring that anyone who tried to use Atrox's power would quickly discover the psychological costs of channeling such corruption. Varus's containment required a different approach, as his corruption centered on the slow spread of philosophical poison rather than direct physical destruction. His prison became a bow that could fire arrows of crystallized despair, but the weapon was designed with internal contradictions that would gradually weaken his influence over anyone who wielded it for extended periods. The bow required its users to experience small doses of the very corruption it contained, building immunity through controlled exposure. Rast's weapon was perhaps the most complex, designed to contain a being whose corruption involved the cultivation of willing converts to his philosophy of merciful ending. His prison took the form of a scythe that could grant tremendous power to its wielder, but would constantly whisper temptations and justifications for using that power to liberate others from the burden of existence. The weapon was engineered to be nearly impossible to resist for extended periods, ensuring that most wielders would eventually be consumed by the very corruption they sought to control. The creation process for each weapon required not just technical expertise, but profound moral courage from its architects. They were creating instruments that would cause tremendous suffering to the beings trapped within them, beings who had once been their greatest heroes and protectors. The ethical implications of this choice haunted every decision made during the forging process. The weapons were designed to maintain the Darkin in a state of conscious imprisonment, aware of their confinement but unable to fully influence the outside world, except through the limited channels that their wielders provided. This was not merciful unconsciousness, but eternal awareness of their failure to complete their mission of universal liberation. The creators understood that this punishment would be agonizing for beings whose entire existence had become focused on ending suffering, yet the alternative, allowing the Darkin to continue their conquest until all existence had been mercifully ended, seemed even more horrible. The weapons represented a choice between different forms of cruelty, and their creators chose the cruelty that preserved the possibility of eventual redemption over the cruelty that eliminated all possibility of anything. The binding rituals themselves required the cooperation of the remaining uncorrupted Ascended, who would need to engage each Darkin in single combat while mortal mages worked to complete the containment spells. These battles were not fought to achieve victory in any conventional sense, but to maintain contact long enough for the binding magic to take effect. The Ascended who participated knew they were likely sacrificing their own lives or sanity in the process. The first successful binding was achieved against one of the lesser Darkin, a being who had once been known for his gentle wisdom, but had become convinced that the greatest kindness was to prevent any new consciousness from ever coming into existence. The battle lasted for 3 days and nights, with the uncorrupted Ascended gradually weakening as he absorbed blow after blow from his corrupted former friend. The moment of binding was both triumphant and tragic. As the magic took hold, and the Darkin's consciousness was drawn into the prepared weapon, his final words were not curses or threats, but expressions of genuine sorrow that his former companion could not understand the mercy he had been trying to provide. The corruption had not eliminated his capacity for love, it had simply twisted that love into a form that could only express itself through ending. The psychological impact on the surviving resistance members was profound. They had achieved something that many had believed impossible, but the victory felt hollow because it required them to become jailers to beings they had once revered. The weapons they had created were marvels of magical engineering, but they were also monuments to the failure of understanding, communication, and healing. The tactical advantages provided by the binding weapons were immediately apparent. Each successful capture removed a cosmic-level threat from the battlefield and provided the resistance with tools of tremendous power that could be used against the remaining Darkin. But the weapons came with psychological costs that were almost as devastating as the original threat they were designed to counter. Wielding a weapon that contained a corrupted Ascended meant constant exposure to their twisted philosophy and the gradual erosion of the wielder's own moral certainty. The weapons whispered constantly to those who carried them, not with obvious temptations, but with sophisticated arguments about the nature of mercy, the mathematics of suffering, and the ultimate futility of all efforts to preserve what was destined to be lost. The training programs developed for potential weapon wielders were as much about psychological preparation as physical conditioning. Candidates learned meditation techniques designed to maintain mental clarity while exposed to cosmic-level despair, philosophical frameworks that could provide anchoring points against the erosion of hope, and practical methods for recognizing when their own thinking was being influenced by the consciousness trapped within their weapon. Some wielders developed forms of communication with the Darkin trapped in their weapons, leading to philosophical discussions that spanned decades and explored the fundamental nature of existence, meaning, and value. These conversations were simultaneously enlightening and dangerous, as they provided insights into the nature of corruption, while constantly threatening to spread that corruption to new victims. The most successful wielders were those who could acknowledge the partial truth in the Darkin's arguments, while maintaining their commitment to a more complete understanding of reality. They learned to see suffering without being overwhelmed by it, to recognize the inevitability of loss without concluding that preservation was meaningless, and to accept the mathematical reality of entropy while still choosing to act as if their actions mattered. The creation of the binding weapons marked a turning point in the war against the Darkin, but it also marked a fundamental change in the nature of the resistance movement. They had become something they had never intended to be, the jailers of their former protectors, the wielders of corrupted power, the inheritors of moral compromises that would echo through generations. As we contemplate these instruments of contained despair, these prisons that preserved what they punished, these weapons that saved the world through a form of cruelty that their creators never fully forgave themselves for employing, perhaps you might consider how the most necessary choices are often those that leave us forever changed, and how the price of preventing ultimate catastrophe sometimes requires becoming something we never wanted to be. Chapter 9. The Final Battles. There comes a moment when all strategies converge into singular acts of courage that will determine the fate of existence itself. Tonight, as we stand witness to the climactic battles that would end the Darkin War, let us observe how the accumulated wisdom, sacrifice, and determination of the resistance movement culminated in confrontations that were as much about the redemption of souls as the salvation of the world. The final phase of the war began when the resistance had successfully created enough binding weapons to attempt simultaneous assaults on the remaining major Darkin forces. The strategy was born from necessity rather than choice. Allowing the Darkin time to adapt to the new weapons would give them opportunities to develop countermeasures, or worse still, to corrupt the wielders and turn the weapons against their creators. Ta'anari, the last of the great uncorrupted ascended, took upon herself the most dangerous mission, the binding of Aatrox, whose power and influence had made him the de facto leader of the Darkin forces. The weapon created for this confrontation was a masterwork of magical engineering, a blade that could theoretically contain even Aatrox's vast power, but wielding it required a level of spiritual strength that might be beyond any mortal's capacity to sustain. The battle between Ta'anari and Aatrox took place on the plains, where Shurima's capital had once stood, a symbolically appropriate location for what both combatants understood would be the decisive engagement of the war. As they faced each other across the windswept ruins, both carried the weight of millennia of shared history. They had been comrades, friends, fellow guardians, who had sworn identical oaths to protect the innocent and preserve civilization. Aatrox approached the confrontation with genuine sadness rather than anger. In his corrupted understanding, Ta'anari represented the last major obstacle to the completion of his mission of universal liberation. He spoke to her not as an enemy, but as a beloved sister, who had simply failed to evolve beyond the limitations that had once defined them both. His words carried the warmth of ancient friendship even as they advocated for the ending of everything she sought to preserve. "Can you not see the beauty in completion?" he asked as they began their deadly dance across the shattered stones. "Can you not understand that our love for them requires us to free them from the endless cycle of hope and disappointment that defines their existence? We have the power to grant them the peace that life can never provide." Ta'anari's response came not in words, but in the form of her blade meeting his, the clash of their weapons, sending shockwaves across the battlefield that reshaped the landscape around them. But even as she fought with everything she possessed, part of her attention remained focused on the philosophical challenge he presented. His arguments were not the ravings of a madman, but the sincere beliefs of a being who had experienced too much loss to retain faith in the possibility of meaningful victory. The combat between two ascended was unlike anything witnessed before in the war. They fought not just with physical weapons, but with competing visions of reality, each strike carrying philosophical weight as much as kinetic force. Aatrox sought to demonstrate through his attacks that resistance was futile, that all struggle ultimately led to defeat, that the only rational response to existence was to seek its merciful conclusion. Ta'anari countered with movements that embodied hope despite hopelessness, beauty despite ugliness, meaning despite apparent meaninglessness. Her fighting style became a form of living argument, demonstrating through action that conscious choice could create value even in the face of cosmic indifference. Every parry was an act of defiance against despair, every riposte a statement of faith in possibilities that could not be proven. As the battle progressed, both combatants began to show the effects of their prolonged engagement. But the exhaustion they experienced was not merely physical but spiritual. The effort required to maintain their respective philosophical positions while engaging in cosmic-level combat was draining their very essence. Aatrox found his certainty slightly shaken by Ta'anari's refusal to acknowledge the obvious truth of his position, while Ta'anari struggled against the seductive logic of his arguments. The moment of binding came not through Ta'anari's victory, but through her sacrifice. Recognizing that she lacked the strength to defeat Aatrox in direct combat, she chose instead to allow the binding weapon to consume her own life force along with his consciousness. As the magic took hold, she whispered words that would echo through history. Perhaps redemption lies not in ending the story, but in refusing to believe it cannot have a better ending. The binding of Aatrox sent shockwaves through the remaining Darkin forces, not because of the tactical loss but because of the philosophical implications. If beings like Ta'anari could choose death rather than accept the logic of merciful ending, perhaps the Darkin understanding of mercy was incomplete. This doubt created the first cracks in their unified purpose, making the subsequent binding attempts significantly more feasible. Simultaneously, across the continent, other binding operations were taking place with varying degrees of success. The assault on Varus required an entirely different approach, as his corruption had spread through networks of converted mortals who served as extensions of his consciousness. The battle became less a single combat than a campaign to sever these connections, while preventing him from simply transferring his essence to a new host. The weapon wielded against Varus was designed to absorb and redirect his corrupting influence, turning his power to spread despair into a force that could strengthen the resistance movement's morale. But using such a weapon required the wielder to experience concentrated doses of the very philosophical poison that had claimed Varus, creating a psychological ordeal that few mortals could survive. The mortal chosen for this mission was Kalen, a former scholar who had devoted years to studying the nature of corruption and developing mental defenses against it. His preparation included deliberate exposure to controlled doses of Darkin philosophy, building immunity through graduated encounters with increasingly sophisticated arguments for the meaninglessness of existence. The confrontation between Kalen and Varus took the form of a philosophical debate as much as a physical battle. Varus, genuinely puzzled by mortal resistance to obviously superior wisdom, attempted to educate Kalen about the mathematical realities that made continued existence a net negative. He presented logical proofs, empirical evidence, and compelling analogies, all delivered with the patience of a teacher who cared deeply about his students' enlightenment. Kalen's resistance strategy involved not refuting Varus's arguments, but acknowledging their partial truth while insisting on a more complete understanding. He agreed that existence involved suffering, but argued that this observation was incomplete without also acknowledging existence's capacity for growth, transformation, and transcendence. He accepted the mathematical reality of entropy, while maintaining that conscious beings could create meaning that transcended mathematical calculation. The battle reached its climax when Varus, frustrated by Kalen's refusal to accept obvious truth, began to channel increasingly powerful corruption through their connection. But rather than succumbing to this influence, Kalen used the binding weapon to absorb and redirect the energy, creating a feedback loop that trapped Varus in his own philosophical certainties. The binding of Varus was achieved not through defeating his arguments, but through demonstrating that multiple valid perspectives could coexist, and that absolute certainty in any single viewpoint was itself a form of blindness. As the weapon claimed him, Varus experienced a moment of doubt about the completeness of his understanding, a crack in his philosophical armor that the binding magic exploited to achieve containment. The campaign against Rost required the most complex coordination, as his corruption had created entire communities of willing converts who genuinely believed in his message of merciful ending. The resistance had to simultaneously contain him and provide alternative meaning systems for his followers, many of whom were not corrupted but simply desperate for hope in a world that seemed determined to disappoint them. The binding weapon created for Rost was designed to exploit his particular form of corruption, his need to convert others to his philosophy. The weapon appeared to be a potential convert, someone susceptible to his message, who could serve as a perfect host for his consciousness. But the apparent susceptibility was actually a trap, designed to draw him into a container that masqueraded as a willing recipient. The battle with Rast became a recruitment campaign, with both sides competing for the allegiance of the communities he had gathered. The resistance offered not logical arguments against his philosophy, but practical demonstrations of alternative ways to find meaning in difficult circumstances. They showed that hope could be maintained through action rather than belief, that purpose could be created through choice rather than discovered through reasoning. The decisive moment came when the communities that had followed Rast began to question whether the ending he offered was truly merciful, if it required eliminating the possibility of change, growth, and redemption. Some of his most devoted followers experienced crises of faith as they realized that accepting his gift would prevent them from ever becoming different or better than they currently were. As doubt spread through his support network, Rast found his own certainty beginning to waver. If beings who had experienced the worst suffering could still choose hope over ending, perhaps his understanding of mercy was incomplete. This moment of philosophical uncertainty created the opening that the binding weapon needed to achieve containment. The final battle of the war involved not a single confrontation, but the systematic binding of the remaining lesser Darkin, each requiring unique tactics based on their specific forms of corruption. Some were bound through direct combat, others through psychological manipulation, and still others through the patient work of offering their followers alternative sources of meaning and purpose. The last Darkin to be bound was one who had once been known for his poetry and philosophical insights. His corruption had led him to create works of terrible beauty that convinced readers of the aesthetic superiority of endings over beginnings, of conclusions over continuations. His binding required the creation of counter-poetry that celebrated the beauty of incomplete stories, unfinished symphonies, and questions without answers. As the final binding was achieved, and the last Darkin consciousness was drawn into its prison weapon, a strange silence fell across the continent. The war was over, but victory felt hollow to those who had participated in it. They had saved the world, but only by imprisoning beings who had once been its greatest protectors. They had preserved existence, but only by becoming jailers to those whose crime was loving too completely. The weapons that contained the Darkin were distributed among trusted guardians, individuals and organizations committed to ensuring that the prison blades would never be misused, but also never forgotten. Each weapon came with detailed instructions for its care, warnings about its psychological effects, and records of the philosophical insights that had been gained through studying its imprisoned consciousness. The aftermath of the final battles revealed the true cost of victory. The resistance had succeeded in their primary goal of stopping the Darkin conquest, but they had also fundamentally changed the nature of reality. The weapons they had created were not just containers but sources of ongoing philosophical challenge, constantly questioning the assumptions and certainties of those who encountered them. The world that emerged from the war was one in which absolute certainty about the nature of existence had become impossible. The Darkin's arguments retained their partial validity even in defeat, serving as permanent reminders that suffering was real, that existence was difficult, and that the choice to continue required constant renewal of faith in possibilities that could not be guaranteed. As we contemplate these final moments when desperate courage met cosmic despair, and somehow found a way to preserve tomorrow without destroying today, when mortals and immortals alike discovered that victory sometimes requires accepting eternal responsibility for those we cannot save or heal. Perhaps you might reflect on how the greatest triumphs are often those that leave us forever changed. carrying within ourselves the very questions we fought to prevent from destroying everything we love. Chapter 10. The Price of Victory. In the mathematics of heroism, there exists a cruel equation that becomes visible only after the final battle has been won and the cheering has faded into memory. Every salvation requires sacrifice, every preservation demands payment, and every victory carries within it the seeds of new sorrows that the victors could never have anticipated. Tonight, as we stand among the ruins of what was saved and survey the cost of what was lost, let us understand how the defeat of the Darkin created wounds in the fabric of reality that would never fully heal. The immediate aftermath of the Darkin War was marked not by celebration, but by a profound silence that settled over the surviving populations like dust after a great collapse. The threat had been contained, the weapons of binding had proven effective, and civilization had been preserved from the systematic mercy of ending that the corrupted Ascended had sought to impose. Yet those who had lived through the conflict found themselves unable to feel the joy that victory was supposed to bring. The survivors faced a world that had been fundamentally altered by the conflict. Entire regions had been depopulated during the Darkin Conquest, not through violence, but through the voluntary acceptance of liberation that many mortals had embraced when faced with the philosophical certainties of their transformed protectors. Cities stood empty, not because they had been destroyed, but because their inhabitants had chosen ending over the uncertainty of continued existence. The demographic collapse was staggering in its scope. Historians would later estimate that nearly a third of Runeterra's population had accepted Darkin liberation during the war, leaving behind communities that were too small to maintain their previous ways of life. The intricate networks of trade, culture, and knowledge that had sustained pre-war civilization simply could not function with so few people to operate them. But the human cost was only the most visible aspect of the war's price. The psychological damage inflicted on the survivors was profound and lasting. Everyone who had lived through the Darkin War had been exposed to philosophical arguments that challenged the fundamental assumptions underlying their desire to continue existing. Even those who had successfully resisted corruption found themselves haunted by questions that had no easy answers. The veterans of the resistance movement struggled with what would later be recognized as a unique form of trauma. They had witnessed beings of ultimate wisdom and compassion advocate for the ending of all existence through arguments that were not obviously false. The experience of having their most basic beliefs challenged by entities they had once revered left many in a state of permanent philosophical uncertainty. Ta'anari's sacrifice during the binding of Aatrox had eliminated the last of the great uncorrupted Ascended, leaving the world without divine protectors for the first time since the rise of Shurima. The mortals who had grown accustomed to the guidance and protection of these cosmic guardians found themselves suddenly responsible for their own defense against threats they barely understood. The absence of the Ascended created a power vacuum that was filled, not by worthy successors, but by the binding weapons themselves. The artifacts that contained the Darkin became the most powerful forces in the post-war world, but they were weapons that came with terrible costs for anyone who attempted to wield them. The Guardians entrusted with these weapons found themselves serving as jailers to beings whose philosophical insights continued to challenge and corrupt even from within their prisons. The wielders of Darkin weapons faced a particularly cruel fate. They gained access to cosmic power that could reshape reality itself, but this power came at the cost of constant exposure to the corrupted consciousness trapped within their weapons. Many wielders found themselves gradually convinced by the very arguments they were meant to guard against, becoming advocates for the same philosophy of merciful ending that had claimed the original Darkin. The cycle of corruption proved nearly impossible to break. Each generation of weapon guardians had to be replaced as they succumbed to the influence of their charges, creating a continuous need for new individuals willing to sacrifice their sanity for the greater good. The organizations responsible for maintaining the weapons became secretive cults dedicated to preventing the spread of ideas that their own members were constantly exposed to. The intellectual and cultural consequences of the war were as devastating as the demographic losses. The Darkin had not merely killed people, they had eliminated entire traditions of thought, art, and philosophy by convincing their practitioners that these pursuits were ultimately meaningless. Libraries had been emptied, not through burning, but through the voluntary abandonment of learning by scholars who had come to believe that knowledge was a form of suffering. The artistic legacy of pre-war civilization was similarly decimated. Painters, musicians, poets, and craftspeople had embraced the Darkin message in disproportionate numbers, perhaps because their sensitivity to beauty made them equally sensitive to its temporary nature. The cultural renaissance that might have emerged from the war's end was stillborn because there were too few artists left to create it, and too few patrons left to support it. Religious and philosophical institutions faced the most complex challenges in rebuilding. How could they offer hope and meaning to populations that had been exposed to sophisticated arguments about the futility of hope and the illusion of meaning? Traditional sources of comfort and guidance seemed inadequate when confronted with the cosmic-level despair that the Darkin had articulated so clearly. New forms of spirituality emerged from the post-war chaos, but these were often characterized by a fundamental uncertainty that earlier religious traditions had not possessed. The faithful could no longer claim absolute confidence in their beliefs, having witnessed how absolute confidence could lead to the kind of certainty that had corrupted the ascended. Doubt became not an enemy of faith, but its necessary companion. The economic reconstruction of the post-war world faced unique challenges created by the Darkin philosophy's lingering influence. Commerce and industry required long-term planning and investment, but populations that had been exposed to arguments about the futility of future planning found it difficult to commit to projects that extended beyond immediate necessity. The entrepreneurial spirit that drives economic growth had been systematically undermined by exposure to logical proofs of universal entropy. Agricultural communities faced particular difficulties as they tried to rebuild. Farming requires faith in future harvests, investment in improvements that may not pay off for years, and the patient cultivation of resources for the benefit of children and grandchildren. But many potential farmers had been convinced by Darkin arguments that such long-term investments were forms of self-deception that increased rather than decreased total suffering. The political structures that emerged in the post-war period reflected the philosophical uncertainty that the conflict had created. Traditional forms of government based on the assumption that preservation and growth were inherently good found themselves challenged by populations that were no longer certain these assumptions were valid. New forms of governance had to be developed that could function even when citizens doubted the fundamental value of the society they were being asked to support. The weapons of binding themselves became sources of ongoing political tension. Every nation and organization wanted access to the cosmic power they contained, but no one wanted to accept responsibility for the psychological costs that wielding them entailed. The distribution of the weapons became a matter of international negotiation, with complex treaties governing their use and succession plans for when their current guardians inevitably succumbed to corruption. The scholarly study of the Darkin War created new fields of inquiry, but also new forms of intellectual hazard. Researchers who studied the conflict too deeply often found themselves convinced by the very philosophy they were trying to understand. Academic institutions developed elaborate safety protocols for Darkin studies, treating exposure to corrupted ideas as a form of occupational hazard equivalent to working with dangerous chemicals or radioactive materials. The children born in the post-war period inherited a world marked by absence in ways they could not fully understand. They grew up in communities that were too small, with cultural traditions that had been interrupted, surrounded by adults who carried philosophical wounds that were difficult to explain. These children developed their own ways of understanding existence that were fundamentally different from either pre-war optimism or Darkin despair. The generation that came of age after the war was characterized by what historians would later call pragmatic hope, a commitment to meaningful action that did not require certainty about the ultimate value of that action. They learned to find purpose in the act of choosing purpose, to create meaning through the decision to act as if their actions mattered, regardless of whether this could be proven to be true. The technological development of the post-war world was simultaneously accelerated and constrained by the legacy of the conflict. The magical innovations required to create the binding weapons had pushed the boundaries of what was possible, leading to advances that might otherwise have taken centuries to achieve. But the philosophical uncertainty created by the war made it difficult to determine how these technologies should be used. The healing arts faced particular challenges as practitioners tried to help populations recover from forms of trauma that had no precedent. Physical wounds could be treated with traditional methods, but how does one heal damage to the soul's capacity for hope? How does one restore faith in the value of existence to someone who has been presented with compelling arguments for why that faith is misplaced? New forms of therapy emerged that focused not on convincing patients that the Darkin were wrong, but on helping them develop the capacity to act meaningfully despite philosophical uncertainty. These approaches acknowledged the partial validity of Darkin arguments, while offering practical methods for choosing life and hope as acts of defiance against despair, rather than as logical conclusions from evidence. The environmental consequences of the war were subtle but pervasive. The Darkin's systematic elimination of hope had affected not just human populations, but the natural world itself. Plants and animals in heavily affected areas showed signs of spiritual malaise that conventional biological science could not explain. Forests grew more slowly, rivers ran less clear, and the very air seemed to carry a heaviness that persisted long after the immediate threat had been contained. The magical ecology of Runeterra had been fundamentally altered by the conflict. The massive expenditures of spiritual energy required to create and use the binding weapons had depleted certain forms of ambient magic, while creating new forms of corrupted energy that would take generations to fully understand. Mages found that spells which had once been straightforward now carried unexpected psychological side effects, as if the fabric of reality itself had been traumatized by the war. Perhaps most significantly, the war had eliminated the possibility of the kind of naive optimism that had characterized the golden age of Shurima. The world that emerged from the conflict was one in which every choice to continue, to build, to hope, and to love was made with full awareness of the philosophical challenges to these choices. This awareness made such choices more difficult, but also, paradoxically, more meaningful. The survivors of the Darkin War became the architects of a new form of civilization, one built not on certainty about the goodness of existence, but on the conscious decision to act as if existence could be made good through their efforts. They created institutions designed to function despite doubt, relationships built to withstand philosophical challenge, and art that acknowledged darkness while still choosing to create light. As we stand among the monuments to what was preserved, and the memorials to what was lost, as we contemplate the price paid by those who ensured that tomorrow would remain possible, even if its value could never be proven, perhaps you might reflect on how the deepest victories are often those that transform us into people capable of winning them, and how the courage to continue sometimes requires accepting that the reasons for continuing may forever remain mysteries that we choose to live rather than solve. Chapter 11. Echoes through time. In the great river of history, certain events cast ripples that continue to shape the flow of time long after their sources have been forgotten, their influence spreading through generations who never witnessed the original stone that broke the water's surface. Tonight, as we trace the invisible threads that connect past to present, let us discover how the Darkin War's legacy shaped every civilization that followed, creating patterns of caution and wisdom that would echo through millennia as mortals learned to navigate the treacherous relationship between power and purpose. The immediate survivors of the Darkin War carried with them a profound wariness of absolute certainty that would become the defining characteristic of post-war culture. This skepticism was not cynicism but a hard-earned wisdom about the dangers of believing too completely in any single perspective, no matter how compelling or seemingly benevolent. The generations that rebuilt civilization did so with the constant awareness that even the most noble purposes could be corrupted if pursued without adequate safeguards against philosophical blindness. The first new nation to emerge from the post-war chaos was Demacia, founded by survivors who had witnessed firsthand how magical power could be twisted toward destructive ends. The Demacian commitment to order, justice, and protection was shaped by their founders' memories of watching divine protectors become cosmic threats. Their famous suspicion of magic stemmed not from ignorance but from intimate knowledge of how even beneficial supernatural forces could become sources of corruption. Trisse, that became central to Demacian architecture and culture, was more than a building material. It was a physical manifestation of the post-war determination to create safeguards against the kind of unchecked power that had enabled the Darkin transformation. The stone's ability to absorb and neutralize magical energy represented a conscious choice to limit power in service of stability, even at the cost of potential benefits that magic might provide. Demacian laws and customs reflected deep-seated fears about the relationship between power and corruption that had been burned into the collective consciousness during the war. Their emphasis on collective responsibility, institutional oversight, and the subordination of individual desires to communal needs was designed to prevent the kind of isolation and philosophical drift that had made the Ascended vulnerable to void corruption. The Demacian military structure, with its emphasis on coordination, mutual support, and shared leadership, was explicitly designed to avoid creating the kind of isolated heroes who might develop messianic complexes. Their tactical doctrine emphasized that no individual, regardless of their power or wisdom, should ever be placed in a position where their personal judgment could determine the fate of large populations without institutional checks and balances. Noxus developed along different lines, but was equally influenced by Darkin war lessons. Where Demacia chose restriction and collective control, Noxus embraced the philosophy that power was inevitable, and that the key to preventing corruption was ensuring that power was distributed among competing factions that would check each other's excesses. The Noxian approach acknowledged that conflict and struggle were inherent to existence, while trying to channel these forces in directions that strengthened rather than destroyed civilization. The Trephoric system that eventually emerged in Noxus reflected sophisticated understanding of how concentrated authority could lead to the kind of philosophical isolation that had claimed the Ascended. By dividing power among three distinct principles, might, guile, and vision, and ensuring that these principles would be represented by different individuals with competing interests, Noxus created a structure designed to prevent any single perspective from achieving the kind of absolute dominance that enabled corruption. Noxian military and political culture emphasized adaptability, pragmatism, and the assumption that all systems would eventually need to be reformed or replaced. This approach reflected lessons learned from watching the Ascended become trapped in philosophical frameworks that had once served them well, but had become sources of blindness when circumstances changed. The Noxian commitment to meritocracy and social mobility was partly motivated by the understanding that stagnant hierarchies could become breeding grounds for the kind of certainty that preceded corruption. In Ionia, the influence of the Darkin War manifested as a deep commitment to balance and the recognition that all forms of power, including spiritual and magical abilities, required careful integration with wisdom and humility. Ionian philosophy developed elaborate frameworks for understanding how even beneficial forces could become destructive if they were not balanced by opposing or complementary influences. The Ionian concept of equilibrium was not about achieving stasis, but about maintaining dynamic balance between competing forces, ensuring that no single element, whether physical, spiritual, or philosophical, could achieve the kind of dominance that had enabled Darkin corruption. Their martial arts, magical practices, and social institutions all reflected this commitment to balance as a safeguard against the extremism that absolute conviction could produce. The spirit realm connections that became central to Ionian culture served as constant reminders of the complexity and interconnectedness of existence. By maintaining awareness of multiple dimensions of reality simultaneously, Ionians developed natural resistance to the kind of philosophical tunnel vision that had made the Ascended vulnerable to void corruption. Their practices encouraged practitioners to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously, rather than committing completely to any single worldview. The mountain kingdom of Targon, despite its connection to cosmic forces, developed perhaps the most sophisticated understanding of the relationship between divine power and mortal consciousness. The Targonian approach to ascension was fundamentally different from the Shuriman model, incorporating safeguards and limitations designed to prevent the kind of isolation from mortal concerns that had enabled Darkin corruption. Targonian aspects were designed to be temporary rather than permanent transformations, ensuring that divine consciousness would be regularly grounded by return to mortal perspective. The selection process for potential aspects emphasized not just worthiness or power, but psychological resilience, and the ability to maintain connection to mortal values, even while wielding cosmic abilities. The religious and philosophical traditions that developed around Mount Targon reflected deep understanding of how divine perspective could become divorced from mortal needs, if not carefully managed. Targonian practices emphasized that cosmic awareness was a responsibility rather than a privilege, and that those who gained such awareness had obligations to use it in service of perspectives they might no longer fully understand, but must continue to protect. Even in distant Freljord, the tribal cultures that emerged in the post-war period showed the influence of Darkin war lessons. The Freljordian emphasis on survival, adaptation, and the acceptance of harsh realities reflected understanding that comfort and certainty could become forms of weakness that made individuals and communities vulnerable to philosophical corruption. The Freljordian traditions of storytelling served as living repositories of wisdom about the dangers of absolute conviction and the importance of maintaining multiple perspectives, even in the face of extreme adversity. Their oral histories preserved not just accounts of what happened during the Darkin War, but insights into why it happened and how similar tragedies might be prevented in the future. The magical practices that developed in post-war Freljord emphasized connection to natural forces that were larger than individual consciousness, but not so vast as to enable the kind of cosmic perspective that had enabled ascended corruption. Freljordian shamans learned to work with spirits and elemental forces while maintaining grounding in mortal concerns and tribal responsibilities. In the independent city-states that emerged across the continent, the influence of Darkin war lessons was visible in the complex systems of governance, trade, and cultural exchange that were designed to prevent any single entity from achieving the kind of dominance that could lead to corruption. These communities developed sophisticated networks of mutual dependence that made isolation and philosophical drift much more difficult to achieve. The merchant republics that flourished in the post-war period reflected understanding that economic systems could serve as safeguards against corruption by creating incentives for cooperation and mutual benefit, rather than dominance and control. Their emphasis on trade, negotiation, and diplomatic solution reflected lessons about the importance of maintaining connections across different perspectives and interests. Even criminal organizations and underground networks showed the influence of post-war wisdom in their structure and operations. The most successful of these groups developed internal systems of checks and balances designed to prevent any individual from achieving the kind of absolute authority that could lead to the corruption of the organization's founding purposes. The academic and magical institutions that emerged in the post-war period incorporated elaborate safeguards against the kind of intellectual isolation that had made the ascended vulnerable to void corruption. Universities developed peer review systems, mandatory collaboration requirements, and regular rotation of responsibilities, designed to prevent scholars from becoming too focused on single areas of inquiry without broader context. Magical education emphasized not just the acquisition of power, but the development of wisdom, humility, and connection to community needs. Students were required to spend time working with non-magical populations, ensuring that their growing abilities remained grounded in understanding of mortal concerns and limitations. The philosophical and religious traditions that developed in the post-war period were characterized by sophisticated understanding of the relationship between certainty and corruption. New schools of thought emerged that emphasized doubt as a virtue, questioning as a form of wisdom, and the acceptance of uncertainty as a necessary component of healthy intellectual and spiritual development. These traditions developed practices for maintaining multiple perspectives simultaneously, for testing beliefs against opposing viewpoints, and for recognizing the signs of philosophical tunnel vision before it could progress to the kind of absolute certainty that had enabled Darkin corruption. They created communities of inquiry, rather than communities of conviction, emphasizing the process of seeking truth rather than the possession of it. The artistic and cultural movements that emerged in the post-war period reflected deep understanding of how beauty and meaning could be created, even in the face of philosophical uncertainty. Post-war art was characterized by its comfort with ambiguity, its celebration of questions rather than answers, and its recognition that the most profound truths were often those that could not be definitively proven. Literature, music, and visual arts from this period often explored themes of courage in the face of uncertainty, the beauty of temporary existence, and the meaning that could be created through choice rather than discovered through reason. These works served as cultural bulwarks against the kind of despair that had made populations vulnerable to Darkin conversion during the war. The technological development that occurred in the post-war period reflected understanding that innovation should be guided by wisdom rather than mere possibility. New technologies were evaluated not just for their potential benefits, but for their psychological and social implications, with particular attention to how they might affect the relationship between individuals and their communities. The binding weapons themselves became focal points for ongoing philosophical and technological development. Each generation of guardians contributed to the understanding of how cosmic power could be contained and controlled, developing increasingly sophisticated methods for protecting wielders from corruption, while still allowing access to the weapon's abilities when necessary for defending against existential threats. These developments led to the creation of institutional frameworks for managing dangerous knowledge and power that would influence civilization for millennia. The organizations responsible for maintaining the binding weapons became templates for other institutions charged with preserving dangerous but necessary capabilities, from magical research to military technology to philosophical inquiry into the nature of existence itself. The diplomatic and international relations that developed in the post-war period reflected understanding that isolation was one of the primary risk factors for the kind of corruption that had claimed the ascended. Nations and organizations developed complex networks of cultural exchange, mutual oversight, and shared responsibility designed to prevent any single entity from becoming so separated from broader perspectives that it could develop the kind of philosophical tunnel vision that enabled corruption. These international systems emphasized not just cooperation but active intellectual and cultural challenge, ensuring that different societies would continue to test each other's assumptions and beliefs, rather than allowing any single worldview to become so dominant that it could escape critical examination. Nations and organizations developed complex networks of cultural exchange, mutual oversight, and shared responsibility designed to prevent any single entity from becoming so separated from broader perspectives that it could develop the kind of philosophical tunnel vision that enabled corruption. These international systems emphasized not just cooperation, but active intellectual and cultural challenge, ensuring that different societies would continue to test each other's assumptions and beliefs, rather than allowing any single worldview to become so dominant that it could escape critical examination. As we trace these invisible threads that connect the distant past to more recent times, as we see how the lessons learned in humanity's darkest hour shaped every institution and tradition that followed, perhaps you might consider how the greatest tragedies often become the sources of the deepest wisdom, and how the courage to learn from catastrophe, rather than simply survive it, can transform even the darkest chapters of history into foundations for better tomorrows. Chapter 12. The Sleeping Threat. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the world holds its breath between the certainty of what has passed and the uncertainty of what is yet to come, there exists a particular kind of vigilance that never sleeps, never rests, never allows itself the luxury of believing that some victories are permanent. Tonight, As our long journey through history's darkest chapter draws to its contemplative close, let us turn our attention to the eternal watch that continues to this day, and understand how the Darkin War never truly ended, but merely transformed into a different kind of conflict that may persist until the end of time itself. The weapons that contain the imprisoned Darkin remain scattered across Runeterra, each one a time bomb of cosmic potential wrapped in steel and sorcery. Unlike conventional threats that diminish with time or can be permanently resolved through decisive action, the Darkin represent a form of danger that actually grows more sophisticated and patient with each passing year. Their imprisonment has not weakened them, but given them time to refine their understanding of mortal psychology and develop new strategies for eventual escape and return to their mission of universal liberation. The weapons that contain the imprisoned Darkin remain scattered across Runeterra, each one a time bomb of cosmic potential wrapped in steel and sorcery. Unlike conventional threats that diminish with time or can be permanently resolved through decisive action, the Darkin represent a form of danger that actually grows more sophisticated and patient with each passing year. Their imprisonment has not weakened them, but given them time to refine their understanding of mortal psychology and develop new strategies for eventual escape and return to their mission of universal liberation. Aatrox, trapped within his blade prison, has spent centuries learning about the mortals who occasionally wield him. Each wielder provides him with fresh insights into the ways that despair and hope interweave in mortal consciousness, teaching him new methods for identifying and exploiting the philosophical vulnerabilities that make individuals susceptible to his message of merciful ending. His corruption has become more subtle over time, more patient, more carefully calibrated to each individual's specific fears and desires. The blade that contains him has become a work of psychological art, perfectly designed to appeal to those who seek power for noble purposes. It whispers not of destruction but of protection, not of ending but of peace, not of corruption but of the evolution of understanding. Modern wielders often discover too late that their genuine desire to help others has been gradually transformed into a conviction that the greatest help they can provide is the elimination of suffering through the elimination of existence itself. Varus, imprisoned within his bow, has developed perhaps the most sophisticated understanding of how to spread philosophical corruption through the networks of connection that bind mortal communities together. His weapon has become a vector for the gradual transformation of entire populations, each arrow fired carrying not just physical corruption, but carefully crafted doubts about the value of continued existence. The communities affected by Varus's influence often do not realize they are being corrupted until the process is far advanced. The changes begin as reasonable questions about the nature of suffering and meaning, evolving through stages of increasing sophistication, until entire populations find themselves genuinely convinced that their greatest act of love for their children would be to spare them the burden of growing up in a world that contains pain, loss, and disappointment. Rost, contained within his scythe, has become a master of recruitment and conversion, developing techniques for identifying individuals who are psychologically prepared to embrace his philosophy of transcendent mercy. His weapon seeks out those who have experienced profound loss, systematic injustice, or existential crisis, offering them not just power, but a comprehensive worldview that makes sense of their suffering while providing a clear path to resolution. The organizations that have formed around Rast's weapon are among the most dangerous threats in the modern world, not because they seek destruction, but because they genuinely believe they are working towards salvation. Their members are often intelligent, compassionate individuals who have been convinced through careful philosophical argument that the greatest act of love is the systematic elimination of the capacity for suffering through the elimination of consciousness itself. The Guardians charged with maintaining and controlling these weapons face challenges that compound with each generation. Not only must they resist the constant psychological pressure exerted by the imprisoned Darkin, but they must also deal with the accumulated wisdom that these entities have gained through centuries of studying mortal nature. Each new guardian faces opponents who know more about human psychology than any mortal scholar could hope to learn in a single lifetime. The selection process for weapon guardians has become increasingly sophisticated as understanding of Darkin corruption methods has improved. Candidates are tested not just for strength of will or noble purpose, but for psychological flexibility, resistance to philosophical certainty, and the ability to maintain connections to community and purpose even under extreme pressure. Yet despite these precautions, the rate of guardian corruption continues to present ongoing challenges for the organizations responsible for weapon security. The secret societies and institutional frameworks that have developed around the binding weapons represent some of the most complex organizational structures in the modern world. These groups must simultaneously preserve dangerous knowledge while preventing its spread, maintain the weapons while preventing their misuse, and prepare for threats that may not manifest for centuries, while dealing with immediate pressures from corrupted guardians and external attempts to claim the weapons. These organizations have developed elaborate protocols for recognizing the early signs of Darkin influence in their members, from subtle changes in philosophical outlook to alterations in speech patterns and interpersonal relationships. They maintain networks of oversight and support designed to catch corruption before it progresses to the point where a guardian becomes a threat to the mission they were supposed to protect. The modern world's approach to the Darkin threat reflects centuries of accumulated wisdom about the nature of corruption and the importance of maintaining multiple perspectives simultaneously. Rather than relying on individual heroes or single institutions, contemporary anti-Darkin efforts are distributed across numerous organizations, governments, and informal networks that provide redundancy and mutual oversight. The philosophical education required for effective resistance to Darkin corruption has become a specialized field of study that influences everything from military training to diplomatic protocol. Students learn not just the historical facts about the Darkin War, but practical techniques for maintaining psychological resilience when confronted with sophisticated arguments about the futility of existence and the mathematics of universal suffering. These educational programs emphasize the development of what scholars call philosophical immune systems, mental frameworks that can acknowledge the partial truth in Darkin arguments, while maintaining commitment to the more complex understanding that existence contains possibilities for growth, meaning, and transcendence that cannot be captured by purely mathematical analyses of pleasure and pain. The research into Darkin psychology and corruption methods has led to advances in understanding the nature of consciousness, meaning, and value that have applications far beyond the immediate threat posed by the weapons. Scientists and philosophers studying Darkin corruption have developed new theories about how beliefs form and change, how certainty can become a form of blindness, and how the human capacity for meaning-making can be both a source of resilience and a vulnerability to manipulation. This research has practical applications in everything from education and therapy to political science and international relations. The understanding that absolute certainty is a risk factor for corruption has influenced the development of governmental systems, academic institutions, and cultural practices designed to maintain healthy skepticism and intellectual humility. The monitoring systems that track the weapons and their guardians have become increasingly sophisticated, using both magical and technological methods to detect signs of corruption or attempts at weapon theft. These systems represent massive international collaborations that require ongoing diplomatic and resource commitments from multiple nations and organizations. The intelligence networks that support these monitoring efforts have developed capabilities that extend far beyond simple surveillance. They maintain detailed psychological profiles of potential weapon wielders, track philosophical and cultural movements that might be susceptible to Darkin influence, and monitor global events for signs that the imprisoned entities are beginning to exert influence on world affairs. The contingency planning for potential Darkin escapes or weapon theft involves scenarios that range from local containment efforts to global mobilization of resources. These plans acknowledge that modern civilization, despite all its advances and safeguards, remains vulnerable to the same philosophical corruption that claimed the ascended, and that preparation for this threat requires ongoing vigilance and resource allocation. The debate over whether the binding weapons should be destroyed rather than maintained continues to influence policy discussions in governments and organizations worldwide. Some argue that the risks associated with maintaining the weapons outweigh any potential benefits, while others contend that destroying the weapons might release the Darkin consciousness in ways that could be even more dangerous than their current imprisonment. This debate reflects deeper questions about the nature of responsibility and the ethics of inherited burdens. Each generation must decide whether to continue bearing the costs and risks associated with maintaining the weapons, or to attempt solutions that might resolve the threat permanently, but could also create new and unpredictable dangers. The children born into the modern world inherit this legacy of eternal vigilance, growing up in a reality where the greatest threats are not always visible, and where the most dangerous corruption often comes disguised as wisdom and compassion. Their education includes not just practical skills and traditional knowledge, but training in recognizing and resisting forms of philosophical manipulation that their ancestors could not have imagined. These young people represent both the greatest hope and the greatest risk for the future of anti-Darkin efforts. Their fresh perspectives and lack of historical baggage can make them more resistant to traditional forms of corruption, but their inexperience with the subtle ways that noble purposes can be perverted also makes them potentially vulnerable to new forms of Darkin influence. The technology that has developed around weapon maintenance and corruption detection continues to evolve, incorporating advances in understanding of consciousness, magic, and the interface between physical and spiritual reality. These technological developments often have applications beyond the immediate needs of Darkin containment, contributing to progress in fields ranging from healing and communication to transportation and manufacturing. The international cooperation required to maintain effective Darkin containment has created diplomatic and cultural connections that transcend traditional national boundaries and political divisions. The shared understanding that some threats are too great to be handled by individual nations has fostered forms of collaboration that serve as models for addressing other global challenges. The economic costs associated with maintaining eternal vigilance against the Darkin threat represent significant ongoing expenditures for the organizations and governments involved in containment efforts. These costs include not just the direct expenses of weapon maintenance and guardian support, but the opportunity costs of resources that could be devoted to other priorities if the threat did not exist. Yet the alternative, allowing the weapons to be neglected or the vigilance to lapse, carries costs that could be literally incalculable. The Darkin War demonstrated that the corruption of divine consciousness could lead to the systematic elimination of entire civilizations, making the ongoing investment in containment seem modest by comparison to the potential consequences of failure. The psychological burden carried by those who understand the true nature of the threat extends far beyond the immediate guardians and their support networks. Political leaders, military commanders, scholars, and even ordinary citizens who are aware of the Darkin weapons must live with the knowledge that cosmic-level threats to existence are being held in check by human institutions that are inherently fallible and temporary. This knowledge creates a particular form of existential pressure that affects decision-making, risk assessment, and long-term planning across multiple sectors of society. The awareness that civilization exists in a state of constant potential threat influences everything from resource allocation and research priorities to cultural values and educational curricula. The hope that sustains those who maintain the eternal watch is not the hope of final victory or permanent resolution, but the hope that each generation will prove worthy of the responsibility it has inherited, and will pass that responsibility on to successors who are better prepared to meet the challenges it represents. This is hope, tempered by realism, strengthened by understanding, and made practical through preparation and vigilance. As our journey through this long tale of heroism and corruption, of fall and redemption, of victories that transform into new forms of responsibility, draws to its contemplative close, we find ourselves not at an ending, but at a continuation. The Darkin War taught us that some battles are never truly won, but must be fought anew by each generation, that some responsibilities are too important to be set aside, and that the price of existence may be eternal vigilance against the corruption of our own highest aspirations. In the quiet moments when the world seems safe and the threats seem distant, when the weapons rest silently in their hidden places and the guardians maintain their patient watch, perhaps you might consider how the greatest heroism is often not the spectacular victory that ends all dangers, but the quiet courage to continue caring for responsibilities that may never be fully resolved. And how the deepest love for tomorrow sometimes requires accepting the burden of protecting it from threats that today can barely imagine.